talking about their imaginary friend, helping the masses to make light bend. A concept for water on the ball, like it could stick to a wall. Vast bodies of water won't ever display the convexity a globe would portray. They clearly miss that ability, no way to form that kind of stability. And before you get off on your water drops, you have to know a thing about the ocean's tops. Cause they got waves rising and falling, destroying your fallacy about surface tension. In fact, why you would even mention. But gravity, you rush to say, a giant law with a role to play. Substitute of Abrahamic thought, result of adjustment to a dying God. You already have a Babylon 2.0, a fucking update here to run the show. And you don't even want to know. It is the same old glorification of the guy. Roman gods are above, they never die. And the theme's one hell of a genius thought. Gravity is still unproven and a fraud. And look at these theoretical black holes. They've taken money and debt and their goals, presenting now pretty graphs and sheets to mince logic while it feeds. By virtue of an object's mass alone, no attraction to its center was ever shown. Mathematically,
this is PGA Hoaxed World, Gods in the Sky. This particular track mastered by 24K.
Outer space you get, and they fell like 500 years yet to show you a spinning ball with water on it while itself shooting an elliptical orbit. Avoiding A360 pan at all cost, moon landing dead or unfortunately lost, unable to evidently prove the ball. It's the mechanics of the force wall.
Okay, so let's just get right into it. New computer parts are on the way, so if the video drops off, you do have continuity on the audio stream. And I'm not even going to acknowledge it because who cares about technical problems? That gets old after a while. But I've rectified the situation. We're just waiting on a delivery. Michael Cervantes says, the best anti-MSM show on the internet. Well, yeah, anti-media was a term I started to use before. I thought, are we anti-media? But we're not really against it in that sense. More of a counter-mainstream media perspective, because the mainstream media has hoarded itself out to the governments of the world, and it has a monolithic voice, quote, globally. So yes, you can say anti. However, as soon as we started using the phrase anti-media, a quote, anti-media individual held a Fox News station in a hostage situation. It was some guy getting back at his ex, but they said an anti-media shooter. And I thought, I had not heard that phrase before, and they said it was Trump's anti-media rhetoric. Trump ignores question on anti-media rhetoric. Days after the shooting at the Pittsburgh synagogue and a mail bomb targeting CNN, Trump escalated anti-media rhetoric. Anyway, that phrase was kind of contaminated, so I thought, I'm going to abandon that one. But we do offer the only PSYOP-free news source, and that's true. And by PSYOP-free, it's not that other people are intentionally playing into it, but a lot of people just have these presuppositions, like this event was real as advertised, that really happened, this really happened. And if you connect those dots and that forms your views, well, you might be just very misinformed, but well-intentioned. Well, we're not misinformed here. We're not confused. We know very well what is and isn't real, so we don't have to pretend. We are communicating above the heads of the misinformed and the MSM itself, and they obviously hate it, but we're not giving. In fact, we're expanding. Let me just bring this up really quick. If you go to fakeworld.news, or just go to infiniteplane.media, you'll find it here. We're introducing something that the world very badly needs right now. A tabloid. A reliable print tabloid to cover the fake world news accurately. It's coming soon. It's scheduled for all of 2022, but the inaugural issue will be out on the 13th of December. Pre-sales are being taken right now. So this is going to be a digital and print tabloid, and I'll probably have it distributed through all of the ebook providers, Kindle, Barnes & Nobles, etc. Top shelf conspiratainment, mass media deconstruction, breaking news, investigative journalism, memes, art, music reviews, interviews. We have it all. We have dozens of people eager to write for this thing in touch with me already, so it's a go, and it's probably going to eliminate a lot of the problems we've had keeping this channel afloat. We have technical issues, gremlins, micro EMP bursts. Benton says, do you think Awakened Souls was talking about this? Uh, be more specific. Awakening Souls, I believe you're referring to the Canadian, one of the two of the witnesses from Revelations, if you believe them. Message notifications will resume in about a week. I used up all of the units. And this is what I mean. When we don't have 100% of the resources that I would like to have to be running. I mean, we should be on more platforms than we are. We should have open phones 5 nights a week. But that's going to happen in 2022. And we're not all that far off. But I'm doing my best to make it happen like today, yesterday. So text alerts will resume, but otherwise you get them if you're in Patreon or Twitter, or if you follow any of my blogs, really. We kind of blast it. But anyway, text message alerts are probably the most effective because we lose a YouTube channel per week on average. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I want to go ahead and start off with some voicemail. So go ahead and just randomly. This is from, there's quite a few here. This one's from a couple of days ago.
Hey, Tim. I seem to recall, and maybe I'm not remembering it right, at the end of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they convince everybody that the world's going to be destroyed, and they build these ships, and they tell that they need the most important people to get on the ships first, and they load all the middlemen on the planet into the ships, and then they shoot them into the sun, and everybody goes happily ever after on the planet. So kind of a positive little twist there. Have a good one. Thanks a lot for everything. Bye.
All right, I appreciate that. I have not heard that. I mean, there are some connections with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think even the author's birthday is probably March 11th, Pandemic Day. And anyway, if you didn't know, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the book, is encoded into everything having to do with space travel. And not just in a cutesy way, a nerdy way with Elon Musk, but on a much deeper level. Specifically the number 42, which has meaning that extends beyond this particular book. And the book's about an AI god who tells them that the answer to everything is 42. And that number may refer to, or seems to refer to, the worship of Saturn, the god, weirdly enough. But it's not just Musk, it's all of them. You can see it written into the storyline of all their major launches or PR stunts. The Tesla Roadster had "Don't Panic" on the glove box, and that was the glove compartment. Don't panic, which is a reference to that book. And by the way, the movie version opens when the Earth is about to be destroyed, and it's surrounded by these cube-shaped craft, like a bunch of cubes surrounding the Earth, if you can imagine this. And all at once, they basically nuke it. So the Earth gets destroyed by a bunch of cube-shaped craft. And I thought, that's kind of interesting. Because the last time I checked, Elon Musk was busily filling the skies with CubeSats. And do we really know what he's putting up there? It could be a bunch of kinetic weapons. It could be a bunch of nukes. But what are the odds? And the whole theory or storyline behind the car going to space, I think, is don't panic is the world's going to be destroyed, but you're saved. Don't panic. So the stunt of sending the car to Mars is pretty much a way of saying that the rich are going to buy their way out of here after the coming catastrophe. Also, by the way, the number 42 is significant to Jeff Bezos, who has built a clock. He had a clock built in a mountainside in Texas, and he spent $42 million. Think about that, 42. Why 42? This all ties into the storyline of the man who fell to Earth. Look, we talk about the space popes a lot and where they come from, because they're all amalgamations, composites. Elon Musk is a little bit of Tony Stark, a little bit of Willy Wonka, a little bit of Daddy Werner von Braun. And I think they threw in, there's a few other characters. Like I said, he's a composite. We can get into that. Evar says, I wish I could bankroll you, Tim. Well, all of our patrons do. Benton, appreciate that. Another one of my patron supporters. Yeah, Patreon is basically a way that I can send out live stream notifications and directly link people to the most recent archives, because we have not had a continuous collection of archives anywhere outside of that. Art of Thinking Out Loud Live Common Sense Analytics says Drake is mentioned the number 42 in every song he's done lately. Well, okay, the number 42 and the number 33 are equally significant in the meta script, and I'm not even talking about their meanings, gematria, adding, subtracting. However, there's a specific usage for these things. Even the guy that ran over those people the other day, his initials, DB, you'll see that a lot. D4, B2. David Bowie, 42. The man who fell to earth. So you have this constant connection between, you could say, Satan in a way. I mean, I don't like to conflate Satan and Saturn because you get these myths and these names kind of mixed up and conflated. It's not even accurate. But as far as the symbolic system, the common theme is this. 42 represents falling or death, or the god of Saturn, the god of night, the underworld, whereas 33 tends to associate with things that are rising. Christ, light, the sun rising. And it's all encoded you would think this was just a bunch of coincidences, but there are so many. So, for example, Steve Jackson, 42, he was the twin of George Floyd at that event, the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin thing, which was really just a play. Western chauvinism was making it so George couldn't breathe. The reason why he was suffocated for 8:46 is because 9/11 started at 8:46, which they timed with the rising of Mercury that day. But 8:46, they were 9/11ing America. That's why Derek Chauvin's hearing was on 9/11. That's why they released him after he posted bail at 11:22 a.m. from Hennepin County. 11:22 is an Oswald reference. I mean, this thing is deeply and richly encoded. There's no reason to think that George Floyd is dead at all. I mean, unless you're just going to make an argument from ignorance, because there is plenty of evidence to show the whole thing was theatrical. I mean, those two guys worked together. Besides, the thing again was all play. And this is the key point, the sun set at 8:46 on 5/25/2020 in the Twin Cities. Twin Cities, a reference to the Twin Towers, another 9/11 reference, but there's your 8:46 again. And look into the 8:46 movement and what the comedian Dave Chappelle had to say about it, that number. It's very significant in the world stage, and it shows you a common author behind all of these psyops. But the sun setting at 8:46 references the death of Floyd after the 8:46. And what you had there was the death of the sun. The sun sets. So the symbolic killing of the Sun King was what we were witnessing. It was a ritual, much like the killing of Kennedy, who, by the way, I mentioned, for example, I just mentioned a second ago that Chauvin was released at 11:22 a.m., an Oswald reference. Well, George Floyd was 46, the age of Kennedy. I mean, this is a very well-engineered event, or it was. Not a coincidence at all that... Here we go. Fox News just posted this. Catholic University has a painting depicting George Floyd as Jesus. It's described as heretical and blasphemous. Fascinating. Now, the I can't breathe phrase is actually an anagram for a better China. And this all ties in, I believe, to the Marxist revolution. But I can't breathe is sort of an indictment against the oppression of Western chauvinism, the police, the environment being choked by capitalism, aka climate change. Our atmosphere is being destroyed. They're imposing climate lockdowns in some parts of India because they can't breathe. Even at the Astroworld event where nobody actually died, the eyewitnesses, the crisis actors were saying, people said, I can't breathe. That was all just code. And it has been this whole time. Yeah, nobody died at Astroworld, and I can prove that with one simple fact. And you have to look at the video, Escape Plan, that came out a few days before the event. And in that video, at 1 minute and 40 seconds, and it's less than a second, you got to really catch it. Travis Scott is wearing a shirt that gives away the game. As in, he's wearing the shirt from the Pearl Jam Rock Slide Festival 20 years prior. It has a figure 8, looks like a CERN with an eye in it, kind of like a CERN portal, just like their stage. So even the visuals of it, it looked like his stage. But The Rock Slide Festival had 50,000 attendees, and 9 were crushed to death. Now, I have to assume that's probably fake as well, but my point is, Astroworld Fest had 50,000, 9 crushed to death, and he's wearing a shirt from that event. That tells you how coordinated this is. Slave Rescue Hound says George Floyd is a made-up character. Oh, no doubt. And there's a few different areas. I mean, there's some attorney in Corpus Christi who said that he died a few years ago. There's plenty to indicate, though, he might actually be a more well-known actor, wearing or having a bit of a disguise, but I don't know. At this point, it's just a crisis actor living at Crisis Actor Island. He was a friend of Derek Chauvin, and their names give it all away. You have the symbolic roles, but the name Chauvin, it's Western chauvinism. Derek means hangman. It comes from the etymology of that name is a hangman who hanged 3,000. And 3,000 is a 9/11-y number, if you think about it. Derek Chauvin, 9/11 to America. 9/11, they have a hearing. And on that day, since it was the 19th anniversary of 9/11, everybody had 846s, out there. At 846, though, and it was for two different reasons. You had Floyd's team with Benjamin Crump with 846 on their masks, a reference to George. But the rest of the country were out in their front lawns waving their flags at 846 for 9/11. Like these symbols were overlapping. And by the way, Benjamin Crump is also representing the people from Astroworld Fest. So you see the same medical examiners and you see the same attorneys representing the psyops, and it kind of gives it away. That's really what got me looking at Kenosha very closely. I'm open to the possibility that maybe the shooting was real, but at this point, just the involvement of Lynn Wood, who was the attorney of the John Benet Ramsey's parents, and a few others, just too many things there, too questionable. Okay, let us continue. Slave Rescue Hound says George Floyd movie was paid for by China. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean by the anagram, a better China. And you know what? When I first analyze the event, because I look at it like it's a movie. In fact, that's actually served pretty well because we see that there are, in fact, evidences of stagecraft. And it's so predictable. But I remember specifically at the scene, you see a red dragon. And I thought, seems like a China reference, but I don't see anything Chinese there. And then he's like, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. I mean, the whole thing's very well encoded. There's also the involvement of a few other shady characters connected to it. And one other point, though, it should be emphasized that the first building to burn during the riots was a factory that had been there for 33 years. It was a factory that creates life-sized training dolls for EMTs. Training dolls that are going through respiratory distress. You can intubate them. They have functioning innards. So, and they all happen to look like George Floyd. And they can customize their appearances. So a lot of people thought they saw a dummy in the ambulance and when they were moving him up, and I think so. And I also have a report. I have a comment from someone, and I'm trying to verify this, that this person said that they walked on the scene, or they know someone who walked onto the scene, and they were told they were filming a police training video, and that there was a dummy present. Yeah, Sigma 7 is the company you need to look into. Also worth pointing out, sure, is that George Floyd had 4 funerals, golden caskets, pulled by horses, just like you would expect from somebody representing the Sun King or Sun God, Osiris. Sun God's always pulled by horses, but the golden casket, 4 funerals paid for by Floyd Mayweather, who on the 1-year anniversary of the cemetery of these funerals had that boxing match with Logan Paul. Just so weird, but these names are all very significant. I was mentioning the meaning behind Derek Chauvin, but even George Floyd. Floyd is referenced, it's kind of foreshadowed in 2001: A Space Odyssey. And this is why I was talking about looking at these things like it's a film, and that's kind of how we've been analyzing. What we're doing isn't really hate speech. What we're doing here is we're critiquing the mass media presented worldview, the one that's officially like the state religion now. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. Erica Bear said they moved those dolls to the COVID wards. Oh yeah, this whole pandemic has wreaked havoc on the rubber doll population. I mean, how many of those have you seen? Rubber dolls that they put on the news. By the way, the guy who ran over the people at that event, I think it's probably fake. One of the things that we saw, shoes everywhere. This is one of the common things we see at all the psyops, piles of shoes. I brought this up yesterday. I should probably bring it up one more time in case any of you missed it. January 3rd is the birthday of both Greta Thunberg and Kyle Rittenhouse. January the 3rd, 2003, those two brats were brought into this world simultaneously, and they each went to opposite ends of the political spectrum, and they became equally well known and equally polarizing. Nothing to see here. I mean, what is it? Is it evidence of astrology, destiny, or scripting, lifetime actors? Dirk Diggler in the comments says Floyd, actor, porn star. True. I would say the fact is he was involved in a psychological operation, and it was given away in the original photos. The very first pictures of George Floyd, if you search for him, the very first one always had him in a suit next to a mirror, or rather a reflective glass on a door, and right behind him was a poster that had COVIDs all over it. You know, big old COVIDs, which he had it, by the way. And it had, I mean, the design looked like a big COVID ball. But then it was a poster for Corona, Corona Light. Light is a very Masonic term. And of course, Corona, the crown. All these symbols are very important, but the fact is he had a Corona beer there. And that picture, of course, was the first one to show up. No coincidence. The other picture, he was in front of a brick wall. Very Masony, at a minimum. Tominoid says Pink Floyd's brick wall plus breathe and breathe in the air. Right. Well, the I Can't Breathe was put into our collective consciousness throughout 2020 with the Floyd event, the masks, the COVID, the ventilators, and then you had the, like I was mentioning earlier, the environmentalists are now using that term as well. That we can't breathe because of this. And it's all code for this revolution. And speaking of revolution, there was a Mars base, you know, where they prepare people to go to Mars and they have them all living in close quarters, like a simulation. And it's basically a prison, but I guess, I mean, that's what's so strange. And I've said this before, that the greatest accomplishment of the space program has been to convince the capitalists that progress lies in being propertyless, uniformed slaves in some far-off gulag. They sold the freedom-loving capitalists on gulag life as progress. This is from Futurism.com. Simulated Mars base got rebellious, worrying the scientists. One of the things astronauts need to contend with when we colonize Mars is isolation. After all, they'll be alone with their crew members for months or years at a time. Plus, it could get even worse if the Martian situation occurs and somebody ends up alone on the red planet. During a recent long-term isolation experiment on a simulated Mars base, they found that participants get distant and rebellious at times. So they're looking at more than a dozen of these experiments where they have people in a simulated Mars base. And apparently things tend to fall apart, they get a little rebellious, and it kind of got me thinking. Like it says here, it says ultimately, it's probably better to communicate more with mission control. Maybe later we can worry about a Martian astronaut revolution. Well, my point about the achievement of the space program and getting the capitalists to see giving away everything and leaving the worldly nature of their lives behind, the fact that they got this to be seen as some sort of a progress, as a step forward, is actually a revolution. It's subversion. Just like environmentalism is there to make you feel bad about being a consumer, same thing. The space program, I think, is a stalking horse for a communist revolution. So no, the Mars is already inherently a communist revolution. If they get you there, you're in your commune. You're going to be a potato farmer. And now they're saying it's going to be made out of astrocrete, which again is a brick made out of blood. Yeah, blood and Mars dust. Scientists suggesting mixing astronaut blood with Mars dust to form a glue that can be used to build. Apparently, it's a stronger concrete than what we have here. It's a special concrete. Blood, sweat, tears, urine, Martian dust could be a magic formula for building on the red planet. You know, what's interesting is the voicemail was about how a lot of people were sent out into space and sent to the sun as some kind of a sacrifice. Man, that's kind of what this looks like. It looks like a sacrifice. It also looks like, you give yourself up for the community and they turn you into a brick in the wall. Very strange, very ominous. I think it's very Soylent Green. All right, let us continue. We're going to go through the voicemails. I had a few more I wanted to listen to. Again, you can leave voicemails or you can call 833-311-1984. So this is one from, I think, 2 days ago. And optimally, we will have live open phones multiple times per week. We had a few, like I said, gremlins, possibly micro EMP bursts, but mostly minor technical issues. But nothing's changed. I mean, we've learned how to deal with the censorship. I was talking about this earlier. If they had just left us alone, we'd be so much more containable and constrainable. But essentially, we've become Godzilla. We've kind of mutated beyond any possibility of censoring what we're doing. And now we're going into print. So again, I'll mention, if you go to fakeworld.news, you can pre-order the first issue of our tabloid, which is going to really take off mostly in 2022. Okay, here we go. This is another voicemail.
Tim, take a closer look at this Waukesha SUV Rams crowd story. It's really smelling funny to me because I'm seeing that within like 24 hours these GoFundMe pages have gone up, mostly put up there by this Milwaukee dance team and a group called the Dancing Grandmas or Dancing Grannies, and they're really pushing for the money. Whenever I see fundraising, GoFundMe pages go up so soon before the bodies are even cold, immediately my antennas go up. So check it out. Talk to you later.
Awesome tip there from Lynn, and hopefully we'll get Lynn and others to call in here very soon once everything's working perfectly. JD Dig says Lynn should call in. I agree. I'll be reaching out. In fact, I have a lot of interesting things planned for right after this weekend. It's a holiday weekend here, but I'll be speaking with Seek the Truth 101, aka Rambo, and others. So the SUV attack, fakeable? Yes. Likely fake? I'm starting to think so. And I find it very conspicuous when you look at the timing of it, because when Kyle Rittenhouse posted bail on the same day a year prior, there was a simultaneous psyop. It was a mass shooting at the Mayfair Mall. MM, as many will point out, would indicate 33, which is their hoax code. And now you have this thing in Waukesha, Wisconsin, WW, another 33. But the fact is, on the anniversary of his exoneration and the anniversary of his posting bail, you have these psyops that correspond with it. And it just seems like a way that the media lashes out. Kind of like they just happened to catch a guy named Kyle Rittenhouse for illegal materials involving children. And this was in Florida. And it's like, wait, another person named Kyle Rittenhouse just happens to get in trouble, giving fodder to his haters to just read the headline and say, Kyle Rittenhouse guilty of this crime. It seems like one of these stories they make up. This person does not exist.com. P-Trippo103 says Rambo is good. Yeah, whenever I get these guests on, I'll make sure I post links to their Patreons and their Twitter accounts, because there's a few Twitter accounts that you need to follow if you want to remain on the cutting edge of deep fakery, which is far beyond phone apps. And it's been used on all of us since before we were born. We really just don't know who in the public sphere was just a rubber face. I mean, it's the truth that they were using Hollywood special effects long before digital. I would almost say that the digital deepfake and the emphasis on its prevalence today is pure distraction from the fact that they've been deepfaking us for a long time. Okay, I have another voicemail I want to get to here. Art of Thinking Out Loud Live Common Sense Analytics says the rapper Moneybagg Yo has a popular song called Waukesha 2 right now. Fascinating. Yeah, we have to look at these connections. Like when Astroworld was going down, the music video tied into it. Then you had Astro from UB40, famous reggae pop band, dying. Coincidental timing, probably. But then you have a few more coincidences, and it starts to look like, no, this is a bigger script, and they're connecting things. Okay, I think I have another, yes, another voicemail here. Now, as a rule, I don't say something's fake unless I have a reason to think so. There is a methodology here. You can't just say, I just call everything fake, because to me, that's an argument from ignorance. It's kind of lazy, and you can't really claim to know more about the situation than the person who's actually studied it. And I don't think that ignorance is an excuse here. I think it's more important to say extraordinary claims require commensurate evidence. And we're not asking a whole lot. Well, apparently we are. I mean, has anybody here yet seen a convincing video of the Earth floating in space? Everything seems to look like bad science fiction. All right, I have another voicemail. God, there's so many here. Okay, this one is from...
You know, sometimes when I can't get my infinite plane radio fixed.
Okay, that was from last week. Okay, well, tonight is, you can consider this a booster, an infinite plane radio booster. Yeah, we haven't been on consistently, but I haven't missed a thing. And one thing I have kept up with is the newsletter. In fact, I think we've had 21 issues so far of From the Desk of Tim Osman. And the reason I started the newsletter is I had the plan to create this tabloid, and I wanted to get the newsletter going first just to see how many readers we would have, and I could use that as just the basis for all of the stories, which I generally do. The things that are in the newsletter are the things that we talk about here, and so it's going to make it that much easier for me. I'm already in the habit of writing this newsletter daily, so the tabloid's going to be easy. But no, we're still in the know. I don't miss anything, even if we're offline. In fact, I've joined Mixler, and the Mixler chat, you can go to infiniteplane.radio, is another one of these think tanks. Let me go ahead and see who's there. P. Trippa, Hillman, Avenger. There's quite a few people over there. Anyway, Mixler is always going to be interrupted. Salty Siren says Kyle looks like a cherub. When will Kyle and Greta form a solidarity for the great... Oh, yes. Look, the fact that they have the same birthday is just too much for me. Does anybody else find that to be unbelievable? That January 3rd, 2003, Greta and Kyle were both born? The same day? No, I don't think so. I think that has more to say about these characters being planted into our timeline, like time travelers. Like, I have this theory about time travel, that it might actually be a thing. But it's really just a way of describing how fake people, crisis actors, agents, people who are part of the witness protection program, people with fake stories, or how psychopaths insert themselves into the quote real world, the consensus reality. They may as well be time travelers. They're from another timeline. They didn't exist. Now they do. We write them in. So these birth dates are very significant. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that this is all, going back to the Rust situation. You had the accidental shooting, but Joel Souza, the filmmaker who was there on the Rust set, who got shot along with Hutchins, his birthday is June 14th, 1973. Significance? That's Donald Trump's birthday, June 14th. So the guy who is the most visibly distorted by Trump derangement syndrome in the entire world, Alec Baldwin, shoots a guy with Trump's birthday. Maybe there's nothing to it, but these are the types of connections that I can't help but notice. They are there. Once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times there's some intentionality there. Like Biden, he said, I'm looking forward to celebrating my 58th birthday. Well, we all know he's not 58. What is he? This is one of these statements. It's like, is he senile? I mean, he just reads the teleprompter. In fact, today he was reading the teleprompter and he said, end quote. He said, end quote, he reads everything on the screen. He's not even there. I don't think he's senile. I think he's high. But my point is, Joe said he's turning 58. And I'm thinking, wait, this is the week of JFK's death day, death anniversary, yesterday. And from the QAnon perspective, the deep state took over. It was a coup when they killed JFK. So the New World Order is 58. So when Joe said, happy birthday to me, I'm 58, he was actually the face of the deep state saying, happy birthday to myself, to our plan. We have taken over. At least that's what it looks like. Tominoid says the previous Salsa film was Crown, Vic, and the Baldwin producer actor was in the second Crow movie. Right. Oh, Crow, Crown. Right. And then the Crow is clearly a phoenix in the movie. And the Brandon Lee family. Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee. I talked about this yesterday. Brandon Lee, 100% death faker. We know who he is. We all know he's AMTV's Christopher Green. So obvious. It's not even controversial to say it. It's funny that people just play along, but whatever. But anyway, yeah, so Brandon Lee, death faker. It's inherent in the movie script, the whole thing about a guy who dies and is reborn, and he dies in the way that his father dies in the movie he was in during the time that he died. Well, Bruce Lee, famous for the one-inch punch, was, quote, reincarnated by one of these made-up persons, one of these personas inserted into the real world. I would say, and there's a lot of evidence to support this, but you have to understand how they tamper with backstories, that Michio Kaku is Bruce Lee, just as Christopher Green is Brandon Lee. I mean, it's like in the family. And there's a lot to substantiate that. You know, Brandon Lee's fake death date was Nipsey Hussle's fake death date. And he was in the news when Dolph died about a couple weeks ago. And Dolph had some connections. His death and his imagery had connections to Astroworld that we could point out. Mark says Bruce Kaku. Yep, pretty much. I've been watching Cowboy Bebop, if any of you have seen it. It's on Netflix, the live action version. Premiered on the 19th of November, 11/19. And in 3 episodes, I've seen space junk, space stations getting hit by stuff, and I've seen this. If you're looking at the screen, it looks like a gigantic moon, and all of the craters are filled up with oceans and land and clouds. So it looks like about a dozen flat Earth maps scattered across a big ball, a big moon. This is very much what Crater Earth USA seems to describe, the idea that there are these contiguous land masses, but we just got to get through the walls, get over them. But it's just right there in your face. You know, I mean, look, the flat Earth quote theory isn't really a theory; it's more of a question. Because if they're lying about the globe, it's got to be either one, a realm, something unexplainable which you can't really argue for, or a much bigger ball. But whatever it is, they're hiding land. And one of the possible explanations for what it would look like would be these various regions of habitable land, each with their own enclosure, or they're each enclosed self-sustained systems. But this is from Cowboy Bebop, just a scene out of the movie. Interesting imagery at a minimum. Jordan says Dolph and Juice WRLD are Death Faker cousins. Okay, so Dolph was wearing a bejeweled Smurf pendant, and the dead bodies, according to TMZ, at the Astroworld Fest were called Smurfs, because presumably they couldn't breathe until they turned blue. Just a dumb story. Nobody died at Astroworld. In fact, a couple of people have done some investigation. There's no records of their deaths at the county morgues. It's all a hoax. I called it day one. I said crisis fainters. I invented that term specifically for this event. And the thing that seals it for me is Travis Scott wearing a Pearl Jam shirt from the Rock Slide Festival 20 years prior that had the identical number of deaths, the identical number of attendees. That's just too much. Tominoid thinks that Jim Carrey is Brandon. You know, yeah, the Joe Biden could easily be played by a Jim Carrey. I can see it in there. And this is one of the reasons why I want to talk to Rambo, Seek the Truth 101, is that you really have to look deep into the nature of these disguises to know what's even possible. Like, for all you know, The Weeknd is Justin Bieber. And I could point to a few dozen things that would make that seem even more plausible than just saying it's a mask. I mean, you can talk about overlapping wardrobe, overlapping girlfriends, overlapping lives in so many ways, but yeah, there's a pretty plausible theory there. All right, so let's go ahead and continue. Now, was Dolph a reference to, I think his name was Adolf, by the way, because somebody had pointed out that Travis Scott's birthday is also Hitler's birthday, which is also the anniversary date of the founding of the Church of Satan, April 30th, and that the 11/6 concert took place 666 months and 6 days after the founding of the Church of Satan. I mean, the thing was awash with satanic symbolism, but it was a reality TV production. All right, I'm going to continue to go through my Metascript decode. I want to point this out, something that this will be in the first issue of Fake World News. There are some interesting links, some stories attached to this Baldwin Rust thing, but the armorer, possibly the guilty party, the one responsible, on her Facebook account, she actually had a premonition. She said in September, she said she felt like she got a big break, but she was going to have a fall from grace. And right now she's in the middle of this investigation, and she's never going to be trusted with a loaded weapon again, even with blanks. So her career's over. But she predicted it, and I don't think that's normal. You know, when people predict things like that, it's indicative of foreknowledge, which is only possible if it's fake, it's staged. I mean, I'm not psychic, but I accurately predicted the death of Mac Parhar. And one thing about that, I found this to be interesting. We were talking about names earlier and anagrams, and someone pointed out to me that the death of arguably the most famous flat earther, or infamous, this quarantine violator publicly dying of COVID after taking ivermectin. Okay, well, a lot of people piled onto this, a lot of websites pointing out that this is an example of somebody doing everything wrong. Well, his name is an anagram for pharmaco. Well, a pharmakos is a person condemned to death or sacrifice in ancient Greece as a means of purification or atonement for the community. Like a ritualistic exile, a scapegoat. And so it almost seemed like he played a role of a scapegoat that was ritualistically executed in order to, from then on, have something to point to as, hey, look, all of you who think this way, who do yoga instead of getting vaxxed, look what will happen to you. And so he's like almost like it's a story, a cautionary tale, a sacrifice, a pharmakos. And of course, the fight against big pharma. I mean, I tend to think it's faker than not. All right, I'm going through some comments. Midnight Mass on Netflix, says Mark, is about giving people small doses of vampire blood in their weekly communions to get them used to it before the big event. Fascinating. Fascinating. Okay, Daybreakers is an excellent film to watch. And in Daybreakers, it came out in 2009, and it was about a world pandemic that took place in 2019. And it has a tagline, "It all started with a single bat." And the point of the movie is, it's about a vampire plague that takes out the world. And the vampires are having to use this synthetic stuff in order to keep their thing going. And funnily enough, the head vampire prefers to use real blood. And somebody asks him, why don't you use the synthetic stuff? And he says, it doesn't taste the same if it doesn't contain fear. Kind of an adrenochrome reference. And funnily enough, at the end of the movie, the army goes in and drags all the vampires from beneath the ground into the sun so they die because they don't want to be reconverted into human. And it's kind of like the deep state being destroyed. Like there's a subtext there, very predictive of 2020 and the main news stories. But the point of that movie is there's a character named Elvis who drives a car with a big phoenix on it. And this character named Elvis figures out the way to jumpstart your heart, to cease being a vampire. So Elvis becomes the savior of mankind. He's played by William Dafoe. Yep. The world is saved by the blood of Elvis in this movie. One Step Too Far says, you gotta hear this nonsense crisis actor about the parade. She says the car honked and she was at the Walmart shooting in El Paso. Damn. Okay, look. The Walmart shooting in El Paso was one of the fakest. We could point to a number of the crisis actors there. One of them even uh, really blew his cover as an actor, and they had to kill him off. We're talking about PFC Oakley. Look, we remember all their names. We really do. We have been keeping up with the crisis actors since 2018. Like, you may know all the characters in Game of Thrones or whatever soap opera you're into, but no, we keep up with all the crisis actors. We know where they get their lines from. Oh, this one's a graduate from the Gene Rosen School of Crisis Acting. Oh, this one's an obvious, yeah. I mean, you can tell. Oh, it's a Sandy Hooker. Like, the question now is Brian Landry Noah Posner? Or is Kyle Rittenhouse Noah Posner? Because, I'm thinking more Brian Landry. I mean, they both could be. They both kind of fit. But Gabby Petito was actually in a post-Sandy Hook music video. Many connections. All right, let's go ahead and continue. I'll get to that link. I appreciate that. Commenter here, Shy, says, the Freemason robot clowns have taken control of the media. Look, they invented it. They didn't take control. Our media wasn't subverted. It was always controlled. It's far more decentralized now than it ever was. It's why you're listening to me. It's why we're maintaining a think tank of unbrainwashed people. And I'm sure that this is one of the reasons why they actually implemented the pandemic. The pandemic was actually a cover to go after the infodemic. And the infodemic is any information not controlled by the monolithic media. We're living through a new Council of Nicaea, like the TV's the Bible, the televised worldview, and they're getting rid of the Apocrypha. They're getting rid of anything that's unapproved, non-canonical. So all of the conspiracy theorists are going to be erased, digitally burned. That's why they can so confidently promulgate lies, because they know in the end their lies will still stand. Their lies are evergreen. Dustin says, Hellbound, South Korea series like the Squid Game, and it may be the same director. Speaking of squids, I saw this article today in the UK. I think that squids have been declared sentient beings. I'm not sure what that means yet, but it all kind of makes me think about this Kraken, the Kraken meme, which has been kind of in the background. Okay, let's go through these headlines here. The Pizzagate Massacre. I'm going to have to watch this film. I'll review it. In fact, if you're in Discord, we should just do a group viewing. The Pizzagate Massacre film takes a conspiracy theory to the next level, sending Trump fans into a rage. Okay, so the Pizzagate Massacre film is painting a target on, quote, conspiracy theorists, which is basically a non-believer in the MSM. And now you're all radicals. You're all incels. You're all ready to shoot someplace up like a pizzeria. I mean, they've created this, and they're about to implement something with it, because you've had for weeks now, you've had the QAnon true believers waiting in Dallas for the return of JFK Jr. Well, JFK Jr. didn't show up, and this is being widely reported on. In fact, there was some local TV special there saying that this is a dangerous part of the cult that they've reached. Listen to this. This is from complex.com. After traveling to Dallas to witness the resurrection of JFK Jr., a group has formed that is very reminiscent of Heaven's Gate, the infamous 1974 cult run by Jim Jones. I mean, it seems like this is consistent with the age right now. We're being told from everywhere, every authority figure is saying, it doesn't work unless you drink the Kool-Aid, get the vax, get the booster, and people are looking for that kind of leadership. And if you're going to fall for bad hopium, there are dealers out there. And the bad hopium dealer out there right now is known as Negative 48. And I've listened to him. He uses his own form of numerology to convince these people that JFK is back and JFK Jr. is back. And he's the one who's organized this. They're at Dealey Plaza. And I think yesterday there were hundreds of them there. And I've been covering this back and forth, and we'll go over that some more. I also want to bring this up. Alex Jones and Roger Stone have been subpoenaed for the 1-6 Commission. And Joe Rogan, and I should play this. Joe Rogan is actually calling out the use of agent provocateurs. I personally don't think these individuals ever go far enough in their explanation of things. I think they're very controlled. But even suggesting that is noteworthy. But they're still basing this on the idea that it was a real insurrection, that Ashley Babbitt actually died. But if you really do any investigation into this, you would know that Ashley Babbitt isn't dead. And there's a very good documentary called Everything Wrong with the Capitol Shooting in 21 Minutes. And it shows you how that was a simulated riot. It was simulated. They basically used a group of agitators and actors in a closed part of the set, and they were there to scapegoat as a way of smearing everybody else that was there. Let me go through some comments here. Lean Dion says, Spectre, the shadow government in James Bond, has an octopus squid logo. Cthulhu's coming. Hail Hydra, says Alpha. Hey, so Cthulhu from the Lovecraftian mythos. He came down, or it came down from the sky, this massive octopus-headed alien, and it has a sunken city, which happens to be located at the Pole of Inaccessibility. The Pole of Inaccessibility happens to be the satellite cemetery. The place where they drop off all the satellites when they expire. Yeah, that's the exact same place. Spacecraft Cemetery. That's where Lovecraft said that the elders, or the old ones or whatever, fell. The Spacecraft Cemetery, the South Pacific Ocean uninhabited area, is a region of the southern Pacific Ocean east of New Zealand where spacecraft that have reached the end of their usefulness are deorbited and destroyed. The area is centered on Point Nemo, the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, the location furthest from any land. So, one, you have Lovecraft. That's where the aliens landed. So that's where the satellites land. So it's kind of interesting. Lights in the sky falling down, all landing on the same spot. And I believe that's what Jules Verne placed 2,000 leagues or 20,000 leagues under the sea. Is it 20? Is it 2? The location, though, is consistent for these science fiction, sci-fi, horror, and then you have, of course, NASA, which you could categorize as science fiction. And by the way, why are they dropping their satellites in the ocean? You could kill a whale. Really, think about it. The only place known to be hospitable to life in the universe is this little tiny blue ball. And out there behind you, you've got an infinite black abyss peppered with black holes, wormholes, suns. It's like, why would you throw your junk right there? Why foul your own nest? You've got an infinite trash can behind you. They never do. On 3/11/2021, NASA deposited 2.9 tons of used batteries into the ocean. Biggest piece of space junk ever. Almost 3 tons of batteries being dropped into the ocean. Nobody cares about the ocean anymore. They're all about the space junk. Nobody's saying save the whales. They're like, screw the whales, we need to take care of space junk. But again, why would you throw 3 tons of batteries into the ocean? Shoot it into deep space. Tominoid says the Watchmen comic had a giant squid alien. Yeah, that's right. It was raining squids, and it had a giant kraken-like thing land on New York. Now, if you're not familiar with the Kraken, it started in July of 2020 when the NHL's 32nd team, the Kraken, put out a trailer that was 1 minute 13 seconds long that showed what looked to be an EMP, underwater nuke, or something hitting Seattle. And the Seattle Kraken puts their logo out. It's an anchor with a space needle on there. About a month later, it's like the Kraken is coming, 1 minute 13 seconds. So I put this down. I talked about it. I said, 11/3, we're going to see a Kraken. Election Day. Well, leading up to Election Day, Sidney Powell came out of nowhere. And I still suspect that she is Ann Coulter in a deep fake costume. But Sidney Powell comes out to overturn the election. They call her the Kraken. She passes the torch to Mike Lindell, who openly advertises that he's a former crack smoker. So the Kraken, having to do with the crack, the split, the schism in our nation, having to do with the election. And then you've got Mike Lindell, the Kraken. This term was being used again and again. And at the same time, leading up to the election, you had Hunter Biden and his crack pipe, because his laptop was being dissected by the media, and the right were trying to use the crack pipe photos to discredit his father and win the election. So you had crack pipe, you had the Kraken, then you have the follow-up crack smoker, and now the space station has cracks in it. So this has been a reoccurring theme again and again, and I don't think it's about what they say it's about. I think it's all about even the fact that 11-3 in the election is the key point here just tells me it's about a crack in our country. In fact, I saw this headline on the Drudge Report. I think it said irreconcilable differences, that the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict reveals that there's a split in our country, and that's something that they're playing into. All right, let's see. That guy that ran over the people the other day, which I think is probably fake, he did rap about it before his vehicle was used in a rap video. He rapped, "We terrorists," and I think he also rapped something about pigs, referring to the police. And in his social media, he actually did say a lot of things suggestive of someone who was wanting to perhaps strike back. So it looks like retaliation, possibly for Kyle. I'm not sure if that narrative has gone very far, but that's probably what it's leading to. All right, let me go ahead and go through my Twitter feed. And just a heads up, we have been live here for 56 minutes. This is something of a record. The computer generally would crash before this. So I'm going to take a short break here, and then we're going to return. I just want to stop and start the recording.
Apparently making everything is fair, giving you uncountable objects in orbits, a random universe of chaotic movements. The earth shooting in every direction, couldn't have thought out a more alien fiction.
Alright, let me go ahead and see what's going on at Mixlr. Travis Cloud has joined us there. Mixlr is an audio streaming app and it has a lot going for it. I'm going to be using it from now on. So that's a 24-hour stream. We're joined here by Pippi, Little Stank, Jordan. Let me see what else. Oh, that's right. Jordan brings us up. The South Park promo. So yeah, there was a South Park promo where they actually have, and I think it airs tomorrow, where they have a car, or cars, a red car in fact, running over people on a parade. I mean, what are the odds? Man, these conspiracy theorists, or conspiracists, as I like to call you now, they kind of slipped that in there. They've been hyperanalyzed recently. And listen to this. This is an article from Psychology Today. And they're really making a point here to scare the public, I think. It says, for example, the shared belief that there's a satanic ring operating in the deep state is not a delusion, but the belief that Q is sending you private messages that you've been chosen to assassinate political leaders is a delusion. So they're normalizing this idea that people who listen or promulgate or believe so-called conspiracy theories are inherently dangerous. And that's one of these narratives that has been ramping up as of late. Just worth noting here. Conspiracy theories aren't delusions, part 1. This is from Psychology Today. And I think what we're seeing, because with this thing in Dallas, the quote experts are saying they're reaching the point where they're about to get violent. So the more I see that, the more I think we're getting what we would consider to be predictive programming. They are foreshadowing. So let me show you a little bit about the political motivations behind the SUV attack. Daryl Brooks, again DB42, not insignificant. The man who's taken into custody for the Christmas parade mass casualty incident expressed hatred of Donald Trump on one of his rap tracks. But I'm going through the social media tweet posts that he had made, and a few of them here are pretty much indicating a guy who believes in this narrative that the cops need to be overthrown, or rather the police need to be defunded because it's inherently biased. His name's MathBoyFly on Instagram. So you can just see, though, that there's a bias here. For example, one of his posts says here, the cops have instructions on how to kill black people, which is a really interesting way of interpreting their policy when it comes to dealing with mobs on the street and running over people, which isn't really a policy. It's just there is this problem of people mobbing up on cars, and at what point is it appropriate to drive over them? But it's nothing personal or racist. I mean, mobs are impersonal. 2020 was a great, I think, example of mass or mob activity and how violent and destructive they can be, but the mass media ignored it. And then we have this thing on 1/6, and it was a guided tour by comparison. That's why after 1/6/2020, when I saw the official news, like what's going to be in our history books, when it was reported on 1/6/2021 that this was an insurrection, I thought, wait, these are the same pundits who ignored the summer of police precincts burning, of people being beaten in the streets. I mean, sure, there's some psyops here and there, but the reality of the situation was completely ignored. But no, the public was convinced enough, and many think that January 6th was worse than 9/11. And if they do a made-for-TV version, they'll probably have a plane crashing into the Capitol, driven by like Marjorie Cameron Green or Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right, let's see what else. Going through the headlines here, conspiratained. Oh, another one here. So, a couple weeks ago, Chinese space junk almost hit the space station. Last week, Russian space junk almost hit the space station. And I said this is Space Wars, that it's going to be China and Russia shooting down the American space station. And it's coming true. Well, look at this now. So now we're in Space Wars because, again, this is coming from, looks like China was followed up by another bout of space junk from SpaceX. So we're getting hit by China, by Russia, and now by SpaceX. Says that on November the 25th at 7:18 Moscow time, a fragment of an American launch vehicle is expected to approach the ISS. So that's actually about to happen. They're ready for it. Elon Musk's rocket debris flying towards the ISS. A fragment of a SpaceX rocket is stuck in orbit around the Earth and it's going to pass the ISS. Russian mission controllers have announced, confirming that they are monitoring the course of the debris. So there we have it. Now SpaceX is part of the space war narrative here. And there's a storyline here. The real underlying story, if you ask me, is about this, when it comes to space wars, is about how are we going to move up into space as communists or capitalists. And there's this documentary about Mars on Netflix where Musk actually has a cameo. And in it, you have two Mars settlements. One set up by the capitalists from Texas who are there to drill for oil, and the other by feminist scientists, communists, who find life on Mars. So while the scientists are finding life on Mars, these space cowboy capitalists create an earthquake, endangering everybody. So what you had there was an example of, we can't let the greedy capitalists go out there to exploit Mars and repeat the mistakes of Earth. And this was put out very clearly in this documentary that mixed real footage to confuse people. I mean, if you watched it, you would think that we had already landed on Mars. But the war in space is a continuation of the war here on Earth between competing political and economic systems. And I think we know which side is winning. The space commies. All right, let's go ahead and go through the rest of these headlines. Again, go to fakeworld.news if you want to get the first issue, where we'll be going into depth on a lot of these stories and creating a permanent record that can't be deleted. I mean, I guess they could go back to the conventional way of getting rid of banned ideas, which is book burning or tabloid burning. Okay, here we go. A JFK-obsessed QAnon cultist set off alarms with ominous chatter that they have to experience physical death. So that's been happening. The cult is at the point where they're not going to meet their JFK and JFK Jr. saviors until they pass on to the other side. So finally, somebody is coming out to put some water on this fire. I was saying for some time that it's irresponsible for the Kennedys to allow people to form a cult around their family members and to set expectations so high. Well, one Kennedy family member has finally responded to it, Maria Shriver, the niece of the former president, cousin of his son. So she shared to Twitter a segment from NBC where they described the conspiracy theorists as lost souls. She said, "Well said, Brian Williams. I know many struggle with their losses. Go kindly into the days." But basically, what Brian Williams said is that the Kennedy family does not deserve this circus of lost souls. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip here. Will they listen to her? Will this put a stop to it?
Tell us we're not supposed to pity cult members or conspiracy theorists. So let's not do that. Let's instead focus our pity on the Kennedy family. They lost their modern era patriarch, the President of the United States, to assassination, his brother to assassination, and the son of the President of the United States to a plane crash. Let us also remember the Bissett family. They lost 2 daughters when that plane crashed in 1994. You don't get over that. You learn to wake up the next day and
Now again, this is Brian Williams, Lion Brian Williams, but what they're doing here again is, at this point, they're just trying to put a stop to it. And the title of the story is Delusion in Dallas.
the day after that and hopefully keep on living some semblance of a life. The Kennedy and Bissett families deserve our respect and our sorrow after their staggering loss. They do not deserve the circus of lost souls that is now soiling a sacred place in American presidential history.
And there are a lot of people there gathered around JFK's assassination site waiting for his resurrection. I mean, the word cult doesn't quite describe it. I think that it's a bad batch of hopium, and you have a lot of heartless dealers, because it sells. Hope sells. Religions have been doing this for a long time, and this is a new religion. I mean, this is actually a fascinating study if you're into anthropology. We are witnessing the emergence of a new religion before our eyes in the last few years. Shai says, Bezos says he's building space hotels. Right, metaverse space gulags. This is the thing, though. They're trying to, I think, paint this picture of the rich guys get to go there first. They get to exploit it. They get access to trillions in wealth, and they're going to commercialize it. And they don't like that vision. So now you have an example of how that is destructive in Elon Musk and his, sending his car into space. I mean, how unserious can you possibly be? And now they're saying that, tomorrow, on November the 25th, Moscow time, 7:18, they expect part of a SpaceX rocket to endanger the space station. Says Roscosmos announced that the fragments were not a risk to those on board, referring to the previous launch, but they have previously warned that space is increasingly becoming a theater of conflict. SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets have been launched 131 times, with 129 successful missions. So anyway, just the developing story here is this. They're pointing fingers at each other. You messed up space, you messed up space. And, when you get down to it, the pariah here is America. We cause climate change. And if we're causing the ocean levels to rise. Now we're causing space junk to become such a problem. You can kind of see that there might be a unanimous agreement against America leading the way into space. They don't want McDonald's on the moon. They want to build structures out of ground up astronauts, willing sacrifices in the first lunar communes. It's space communism in the future. I mean, as disappointing as that is. And it's the future for here on Earth as well. If you look into some of the things that Bezos was saying back in 2017, he was even saying then that we cannot continue on this path. It's not sustainable. We're going to have to move into a civilization of stasis. We're going to freeze it. He says, I'm pursuing this work because if we don't, we're going to end up with a civilization of stasis. It's that or spacefarers. And it's kind of like you either go to space to be free or you live with an authoritarian, locked down society, which is what we're already seeing. Climate change lockdowns are already a thing. And this was being advocated by Greta Thunberg before COVID. Before lockdowns were cool, the environmentalists were already trying to get us to lock everything down. Zara says, gotta get jabbed to go to space. Don't want to infect the universe with COVIDs. Before the outbreak, there was a comet called C-19 that was breaking up in the sky in the autumn of 2019. And it was interesting timing, C-19. And some speculated the virus came from space. And then you had the SpaceX CRS-19 mission that sent the genetically modified rats into space, kind of foreshadowing a plague, another C-19. Of course, COVID-19 came 19 years after 19 hijackers did 9/11. Operation AI, or 19, was the official code name of the attack on Pearl Harbor. There's a pattern here. And right now we're living through the Great Reset, which is being followed up by the World Economic Forum 666's new initiative, Gaia. Now, Gaia is the name of the god of the earth from their perspective. If you worship the earth, you can just worship Gaia. That's who they are trying to appease. That's their flood god, their angry flood god who wants us to cut it out with the capitalism and freedom and traveling and breathing. Well, anyway, the World Economic Forum has announced Gaia as a way to save us all. And Gaia is actually the Global AI Action Alliance. And I think this is when they turn over world power to some AI god. But my point is global AI. So here you have, following the reset, COVID-19, another conspicuous 19. That number is used consistently, as many other numbers are, as some kind of, I think, elite code for those in the know to know what's going on. Salty Siren says there is a comet coming. Yeah, I think they're going to shoot one down, an incoming asteroid or something. It'll probably break apart and rain down chunks on us. Look, Russia is ready to support China in a lunar station. See, the commies are already teaming up. They've already teamed up. They don't want the American way going forward. And I don't think this is new. Bezos is going to launch a few more people up into space in a few days. We'll probably cover that. So many things to discuss. Again, Elon Musk's rocket debris will be hitting on the 25th. And, I don't want to make any predictions here, but if you look at the biblical narrative and the way that the Bible is used, and it's used pretty strongly, you just got to look into the story of Noah, the flood myth, and how that overlaps with the global warming story. So many of these different narratives, the Tower of Babel and the space station. Well, I think it's kind of likely here that the part in the Bible, in Revelations, where the dragon drags down a third of the stars, they could easily work that into the space narrative if SpaceX is somehow responsible for screwing everything up. And that's why I think it's kind of interesting right now that we got SpaceX being blamed for an incoming piece of debris, probably at 18,000 miles per hour, heading towards the space station. Will the Dragon tear down a third of the satellites? Or satelloons? Lean Dion says Netflix show Space Force is China and US beefing on the moon. Right. And do you remember back in the summer when that pipeline was hacked? So you had a hacking and so this is an attack in cyberspace. But you can't separate space wars from cyberspace wars. So on May 7th, 2021, the Colonial Pipeline was hacked by a group called the Dark Side. Well, the Dark Side is a Star Wars reference. Star Wars, outer space. Dark Side, Star Wars, cyberspace. Same thing. The Space Wars is already kind of happening, and these two go hand in hand. But just the phrase dark side being used, I think, is kind of a call out to what's to come. Commenter says, okay, let me go ahead and check. We got some information to look at in the Discord server. And let me go ahead and peruse my Twitter feed. I tend to retweet things that I think are worth paying attention to. That's what I use this for. And I follow a lot of great Twitter accounts. So if you just follow the people I'm following, you won't be led astray. I'm going to be doing some more interviews with people that I follow. Last week I spoke with Commander Lou with Crater Earth USA. I spoke with Human Vibration. Oh, by the way, someone had said that you can't go to space unless you're vaxxed. Listen to this. President Biden will require essential non-resident travelers crossing U.S. land borders, such as truck drivers, to be fully vaxxed. Now, is there such a thing as fully vaxxed? I don't think so. I don't think you're fully vaxxed until your entire blood supply has been replaced by the goo. You know, it's like in religion, you can't be, or in Christianity, you can't be fully saved. Yeah, you've been baptized. Kind of like hand sanitizer, you know, it's like, hey, you've been cleaned, but you can always accrue more sin. You can be saved. You can have your weekly communion. But you can always backslide. You can always do something wrong. So you're never completely saved. Same with the vax. You're never fully vaccinated. You're always a spreader. You're always a super spreader, a carrier, asymptomatic or otherwise. You're a lowly super spreader. It's the new sinner. And you're all sinners. And you have all fallen short of the grace of total, I guess, vaccinated status, total purity. The only person who's 100% pure is Bill Gates. So it's just like fallacious to say that you're fully vaxxed. You know, I've been hiring writers for the tabloid or recruiting writers who are going to be contributors, and a lot of people are putting in their resumes, quote, fully vaxxed. And that just tells me that you're fully misinformed, that you don't know what you're talking about, and you think you can claim holier than thou status over the hesitant. And so I'm pretty quick to scrub those people off the list just because what kind of a journalist are you if you're that misinformed? You obviously don't know how to read the real story. A coincidence here, but I think a few weeks ago or a few days ago I mentioned this, that Malcolm X's shooters or supposed assassins were released. They were exonerated, and this happened a few days ago, but right after, this is kind of the interesting timing of it, Malcolm X's daughter dies. Now, she'd been sick, they say, so there's no connection other than the timing. So you had 3 men that were arrested and convicted for the death of Malcolm X, and these 2 individuals happened to be exonerated right at this time, and then she dies. Again, timing usually gives away the story, so if there is anything there to this Malcolm X being brought up, we'll see very soon. That was on Monday. Going through some comments. Victoria says, what if OSHA does not enforce for Joe? Right, you know, to me, we're looking at a political schism created by this hypothetical situation. I kind of think that people use the word force too loosely. Like, I'll believe it when I see the Vax drones. I looked at the interview with Kyle Rittenhouse on Tucker Carlson, very polished. You know, if he's not a crisis actor, you know, obviously we owe Gage an apology for those memes, but I mean, if he is an actor, and if you think this thing is fake, you have to admit that he is one of the best actors you've ever seen. Got to share this meme while this QAnon story is still out there, a lot of these QAnoners were taking images of Jesus and taking his beard and mustache and superimposing it over images of JFK Jr. I said it's a new cult, it's a new religion, and it's all based on the idea that JFK and Jacqueline Kennedy, or Jackie Kennedy, that she was in fact a reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, and John F. Kennedy was a reincarnation of Jesus. I'm wondering if what's going to happen though. What happens? Let's say this is a cult. Let's just say hypothetically, just for the sake of argument, that JFK is not going to come back at the age of 105 and make Trump the president of America again. Let's just say hypothetically that's not about to happen. What becomes of all these individuals in Dallas who have their hopes up so high? What happens to them? What do they move on to next? Like, is there something else that follows this? It just seems kind of like, I'm not really sure, but look, this is an article, Q believers still waiting for JFK Jr. in Dallas. CNET, this pro-Trump conspiracy lives on. We have a mental health crisis in our country. Now, is that fair? There are many people who belong to fringe cults and fringe religions, and to be fair, the definition of a cult is generally just the church down the street from yours. Just like the definition of misinformation is the news network you don't listen to. However, we are at a point where you do have a large group of people fixated on this thing, and to the point where they're all out there reinforcing each other. And I have a hard time believing that there's not some sort of psychological operation at work here. And I think it's also important to mention that General Flynn is actually using prayers and incantations, invocations, right out of the Church Universal Triumphant, which is a church that believes that there is a war in heaven and that the Great White Brotherhood is going to defeat the bad guys. And they also believe that they are invoking the Archangel Michael, and General Michael Flynn, actually, I believe, probably thinks that he is somehow the avatar of the Archangel, who's always carrying a spear, stabbing the devil on the ground. Not insignificant, considering that the QAnoner that's always referenced as the end result of this stuff, Matthew Coleman, the one who stabbed his child 17 times with a spear. I think these are connected. I think they're trying to convey something. Okay, let me go ahead and I'm going through some comments here. Going through, again, Mixler. We have two separate think tanks here. If anybody wants to call in, 833-311-1984. Now, 1984, I just put that there as a nicety so you can always remember what year it is. Because it's always been 1984, always will be. It's not new. Okay, I think I have another voicemail here. Okay, this one looks interesting.
Hey, Coyote 2021 here, or actually I appear as Lyle Agent, I think, on your feed here on YouTube. Yes, I want to say that, first of all, I want to tell you, Strange Angel about Jack Parsons and Crowley and all that, and the developments of JPL are on CBS All Access.
Okay, yeah, CBS All Access, Strange Angel. If you want to know the story about JPL, Jack Parsons, Aleister Crowley, black magic and science fiction in the creation of our space-age religion, it's a must-watch. And we do look, this is, you can call the QAnoners cultists, but the fact is, the mainstream worldview is in fact a cult, by all definitions, the Ball Earth cult. And I happen to think it's actually Baal worship. And when I say Baal worship, I mean like Baal. A shaft of Baal is where you actually get the word obelisk from. So, it becomes a lot of kettle calling pot black here. Who is the cultist? It depends on who controls the media. It's just super subjective. Zaret says they're like brain parasites that cannot exist unless we believe in what they need us to survive. Yeah, I do think so. I do think that it requires the matrix that we're in, the world stage consensus reality that's full of lies and full of holes and easy to debunk. It will remain the dominant paradigm. It will go down in the history books as the official story because of the belief of all of the people who support it, usually through just passively believing it, not actively analyzing it, but just accepting it. So the believers in the world cult have essentially hijacked our reality like a bunch of matrix batteries. And what can you do? I mean, you can't change that. I don't believe you can do very much other than, I mean, you can try dispensing red pills all you want. They'll shut you down. I just find that the best thing here is to get the clearest view. And the clearest perspective that I'm able to find is the one from right off the world stage, a post-world stage or post-media perspective. And sharing that perspective or discussing it with others who are looking at things from the same spot. And there's not too many, but the number is growing, I think, of people who are being labeled, branded as conspiracy theorists. You know that you're considered to be anti-vax even if you're vaccinated, if you don't support mandates. I mean, what a high standard. What a purity test. If you don't want to vax and mask the unborn, you're an anti-vaxxer. I mean, that's a sure sign that you're in a cult, though, that you're either saved or you're damned. There's no middle of the road. And that's how you know you're dealing with cult mind control. All cults use us versus them. The us versus them dynamic, that split, is necessary in order to maintain the cult. And so they want to condemn strongly the resistant, the hesitant. That way those who are in the cult will work that much harder to not be identified with those, the laggards, the hesitants, the non-believers, the heretics, and the conspiracy theorists. Zara says, people are sheeple, and they're being transmogrified into full zombies now. Well, on the bright side, they're not going to kill us all. All these conspiracy theorists are saying, run for the hills, they're going to kill us all, Vaxageddon. Look, we gave you time, anti-vaxxers. Vaxageddon never happened. Your worst enemies, the pro-mandatory jabbers, the statists, the ones who want to enforce tyranny through medicine, the worst people on earth aren't dead. They survived. The vax junkies are doing very well. And now they're privileged in society. So there is no Vaxageddon. They're not going to kill you. So that's on the bright side, the good news. Like, it's good news that nobody died at Astroworld. It's good news that nobody died in Wisconsin getting run over the other day. And I guess it's good news that Gage Grosskreutz used a squib, that Huber's a bad actor, and Rosenbaum is still alive. So all of you lefties on Team JoJo who've been crying about that dead predator, yeah, he might actually be alive on Crisis Actor Island with George Floyd and Derek Chauvin and Epstein. Lean Dion says, Kyle's verdict came the same day as the feast date of Saint Elizabeth, the saint of the falsely accused. Yep. And I believe there's a Saint Kenosha who happens to be, I believe, a nun. Here we go. Strangely enough, Kenosha, Kennocha. Saint Kenosha, or Saint Kyle, was a Scottish nun. The date is March 25th for remembrance. So she was a model of meekness. She rejected suitors. What did Saint Kyle do? Did Saint Kyle kill a pedo, a burglar, and a strangler? Not sure. But yeah, there's a Saint Kyle of Kenosha. Fascinating. Now, the trippiest thing for me, though, really, is the fact that Kyle Rittenhouse and Greta Thunberg have the exact same birthday. That trumps a lot of the weird things to have popped up lately because it just, to me, I don't believe in, I know there are coincidences. I've seen some. But the levels of coincidences that we're experiencing now are so far beyond that you'd have to be a very imaginative coincidence theorist to form a plausible explanation that could make sense of all these various coincidences. And there's so many more. I have a lot more to go through, but I'm just glad that we were able to stay on live this long without anything being cut off. We had a couple of incidents, and Jordan brings this up. The CGI foot going through the checker floor at the Kyle trial. Yeah, we have CGI inserted people, CGI overlays. This happens in the space station too. People, their heads go through the ceilings. Well, in this case, you have what is it? Someone was it a juror or someone? Their foot went through the floor. Joe Biden, his foot went into the ground. What are they trying to say there? One foot in the grave. Joe Biden walking across a grassy knoll, and his foot literally goes into the ground, like up to his ankle. Someone explain that to me. Lean Dion says they're moving people to quarantine facilities in Northern Territory, Australia. Extreme lockdown in place. Disgusting. I heard that. I've seen some reports. I'm waiting for some verification, but I've heard that they are doing that. I don't know. To me, the idea of quarantining people in group goes against the wisdom of having people quarantine at home. I thought the home quarantine, and I still think the home quarantine is the future model. It is the future FEMA camp. You are in your FEMA camp. And as long as you're in front of the monolith, the screen, and you're believing what you see, you're considered to be contained. There's a card called Backlash you have to look at in the Illuminati playing card deck. It looks exactly like Kyle Rittenhouse. And it looks like they've thrown tomatoes at the screen, but it looks exactly like him. And if you paid attention to his performance when he cried that day, there were people like LeBron James throwing tomatoes. A few other strange things. I think there's a new Justin Bieber video where he's wearing blue and white stripes, Epstein Island stripes, and he has the pedo symbols on the back of his shirt. And that wouldn't be the first time Justin Bieber has kind of cropped up in this context of weird Pizzagate stuff. There was something before that even, when his song Yummy came out, and some of the pictures that he posted seemed to be inappropriate considering the subject matter of the song. A few other things. Brian Landry found dead, bullet hole in the head supposedly. If you believe the story, again, I don't. And I think Brian Landry is alive, and Gabby Petito alive. I think she was just playing a role. And also Van Life was a part of that psyop. And the Van Life movement seems like one of these movements that's heavily infiltrated by feds. And I'm not quite sure what it is altogether about. It just seems like Big Brother has his agents in every major demographic that goes against the mainstream in order to lead it from within. And then, of course, bring it down from within. Isn't it weird how many flat earthers are just dying all of a sudden? All of a sudden, all these people are eating their words. All these COVID denialists publicly dying. Okay, here's the music video. It's called ETA. And Justin Bieber is wearing a very questionable garment that seems to be the same design from Jeffrey Epstein's temple, and then some symbols, the type that you would see on the Pope's garb or at, I guess, among pedo encampments. Very sick stuff. But right there in your face, Justin Bieber, make of it what you will. And let me go ahead and play a clip here where Kamala Harris is talking to Barack Obama about Joe Biden's addiction to ice cream.
Relationship with Joe, and what do I need to know? What's the thing about the ice cream? He loves ice cream. Tell me about that.
Well, listen, ice cream is big. Pasta with red sauce, he can go deep. on that. Sauce,
Pasta with red sauce. He can go deep on that.
He can go deep on that.
So if you decode these terms, I guess they've decoded these because they went through Hillary Clinton's 33,000 leaked emails, and it's been determined that hot dogs and pizza sauce have a different meaning if you're a high-ranking Democrat. All right, let me go ahead and go through a few more posts on Discord. Appreciate everybody there who's been busily dropping leads. I mean, we really do have a very active Discord server 24/7. We're not missing anything. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were being blessed by the Pope. We have an image of that. I mean, we brought up the Pope a minute ago. Okay, so same time tomorrow. If you want to call and leave a voicemail for on-air play, it's 833-311-1984. This is a song by Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms, Ball Earth Cult. I'm going to leave the 24/7 stream on. If it crashes, it crashes.
Infinite play.
Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes.
Unlimited DVR, you can stream classics like the
video channel. Go ahead and say hi, and then
to Infinite Plane Radio.
Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
All right, everyone, it's 11:25 on 11/22/2021, the 58th anniversary of the JFK assassination. And let me just start with that. I'll start with that here. And by the way, we're inviting a lot of people over to the live stream right now. We're live on all the video channels. I see at least 30 people. So if you're in the video channel, go ahead and say hi. And then also we have a number of people here in Mixler. So we have two separate chats, but I'm monitoring them both. So if you say anything, yes, I'm here, and I will answer your questions. Looks like we have about 118 people on Mixler, maybe about that many also on Dark Matter. So there's a lot of people hanging out. We've been listening to a replay from just a few days ago regarding the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. And one of the things that keeps having me question the Kyle Rittenhouse Kenosha event and the reality of it is, well, the level of seeming structure to the storyline. There's a lot of just very useful stuff from a narrative perspective that's been used politically. For example, just the fact that, I mean, he's 17, he's got a white hat, front row seat at a Trump rally. It just seems like a made-to-order hero for the right, specifically even the QAnoners. The 17 seems to be a nod to the Q folk. So I'm looking at this as, okay, could this be a bigger production? And the more I dig, the more we dig, the more stuff turns up. And it turns out, and this has me wondering, is there something to astrology? Or are we looking at hoaxery? It turns out that Kyle Rittenhouse's birthday, which is January the 3rd, 2003, like that's when he was born, is the exact same birthday as another political figure, highly polarized figure, Greta Thunberg, born January 3rd, 2003. So what are the odds that you have these child agitators representing the extremes of the left and the right, and that they share the exact same birthday, and they occupy as much place as one another on the world stage? Now, they each represent really the public face of the youth of that extreme. So Kyle and Greta, again, January the 3rd, 2003, same birthday. Did they come out of the same vat wherever they create these creatures? All right, let's see. Clockwork 113, good to see you. Also joined by Weebear. Thrust, good to see you over in Twitch. Anybody has any questions or comments, feel free to chime in. So let me go ahead and go through the few things that I want to go through that we sort of got into earlier today. We're not on video, and the reason why is technical, but we'll get to that later. Okay, here we go. 58. So we have this little incident here where our president, or the hologram in chief, he says, I'm looking forward to celebrating my 58th birthday this week. So I'm like, wait, Joe Biden turning 59. What does he mean, his 58th birthday? And it's one of these things, are we supposed to believe that we're looking at somebody who's somewhat senile and losing it, or is this some kind of scripted thing? Does it have a meaning behind it? So I'm thinking, okay, what is the deeper meaning here? It happens to be the 58th anniversary of the JFK assassination. So if you look at it from the perspective of the conspiratorial QAnoners, the deep state took over when they took out Kennedy. So from that perspective, you could say that the birthday of the deep state was Kennedy's death day. So when Biden, the face of the deep state, came out and said, "Happy 58th birthday to me," he was basically saying happy birthday to the coup, to the takeover. Shaka Melks Rogers says, "Where's young Dolph?" I've seen some interesting connections between Dolph and the Astroworld death. And Dolph, of course, is another rapper who died. And I see pictures of him wearing a Smurf around his neck, like a bejeweled Smurf pendant, a Smurf head. And at the Astroworld concert, the people who were trampled to death were referred to by the paramedics at the scene as Smurfs. Zaret the Alchemist says, I saw a picture of that little kid that looks like a grown-up Brian Landry. Well, it turns out the kid also looks like Kyle. Did they all come from the same vat? Okay, so this is an interesting one. Kyle Rittenhouse does have a very similar facial structure to one of the Sandy Hook kids. LP is the initials. We'll leave it at that for now. You can look it up. Now, the thing is, Kyle's very cherubic, chubby, pudgy, like a baby. And all babies kind of look the same because they're all pudgy. They're amorphous. So to say that Kyle looks like this child, crisis actor, isn't saying very much. But, and this was something we brought up a month ago, Brian Landry, far more than Kyle, resembles this Sandy Hook child. And what's more, there's more support for that particular theory given that Gabby Petito was in the post-Sandy Hook massacre music video. So think about that. Gabby Petito has a direct connection to Sandy Hook. So Brian Landry, being a grown-up Noah Posner, that's the initials, NP, being a grown-up Posner kid, this is far more likely. And then you throw in the coroner or the medical examiner who looked at Adam Lanza, was also sought for comment regarding the state of Gabby Petito's body. Now, I think the Gabby Petito death, interestingly enough, is ritualistic. It was, I believe, Persephone being kidnapped and taken to Hades. I think that she represented Virgo. And many of the pictures of her actually showed her looking like Virgo, with wings, one leg bent, often posing like that. That was on all the photos of her. You have images of her holding what looks like an apple or a pomegranate, which is another symbol of Persephone, and also ties into this blonde character in the I Pet Goat series, these movies, or this animated feature, which happens to have a lot of this predictive programming and foreshadowing. And you do have this Gabby Petito-like Persephone character in the underworld, in I Pet Goat, which happens to be something of an anagram for Gabby Petito. But the story is pretty consistent with Virgo being kidnapped, taking it into the underworld, and then as we entered Libra, they find her body. So that's when the scales tip. We enter the equinox. That's when the light and the dark are equal, and we head to the dark side. So now we tipped over, and we're in the dark side. So Virgo went to Hades, and we went with her. And Brian Laundrie, the name and all that, makes me think brain laundry, brainwashing. Those of us who are brainwashed by the cult that runs the world and the media it controls, we're all Stockholm syndrome, brainwashed, I guess you would say, a captive audience, but more or less, yeah, this is a massive brainwashing operation. And that's what TV has been from the beginning. But the fact is, it was coincidental, I guess, maybe not, that we're looking at, and there's a whole lot that supports this, but we're looking at actors, lifetime actors. That's why her involvement with Sandy Hook is not all that surprising. But now, follow that up after Libra, a month later, then we have Scorpio brought in, inaugurated, with the killing at the Rust movie set, the Alec Baldwin shooting. And that kind of tied in, I think, very perfectly, that whole scene. And there's a few things about that scene I wanted to bring up, like the narrative regarding the Hannah Reed, the armorer who handed him the loaded weapon. There's some interesting things that kind of imply maybe a plot here that may even begin with Baldwin's ex. But what's more, just foreshadowing here, she hands him the loaded gun, he kills somebody. She has a big conspicuous tattoo of a Black Widow spider on her abdomen. Well, somebody cleaning up the movie set after gets bitten by a spider and nearly loses an arm. Again, all of this stuff, just these types of things make me question if these things are staged events. And even with Kenosha, just the fact that his birthday is shared with Greta Thunberg raises my eyebrows a bit. There's something questionable about that. In fact, someone showed me some video from the trial where like one of the bailiffs or something is walking in the background and you see his foot disappear into the floor. And that wasn't the first time I've seen that happen this week. Joe Biden's foot disappeared into the grass while he was walking. So I'm like, what's going on here? It's this CGI, fake reality. Where's the real? Where's the fake? Where's the line? And then there's already a documentary about the trial of Kyle that Tucker Carlson put out that's about to be released. And he just interviewed a very polished Kyle Rittenhouse. But my thinking here is like, wait, Tucker was friends with the guy that did the first aid on Rosenbaum. He's front row seat to this whole thing, and now he's got a documentary. So anyway, let us continue. So then we have, now today would be the beginning of Sagittarius. And I'm not really into astrology. However, time and dates are very important to the cult that runs this world. We're talking about birth dates. I mean, for example, as I go through the birth dates, well, at the Rust shooting, this is just not a coincidence if you ask me. Alec Baldwin could easily be considered to be the most afflicted of all people in the world with Trump derangement syndrome. Out of everybody. So he's the most in hate with Trump that we could possibly name. So it's kind of, and he also impersonates Trump on SNL. So it's kind of interesting that Baldwin happens to shoot, not only did he kill one, but the bullet went through and hit it. So Helena Hutchins died right there. But he injured Joel Souza. Well, Joel Souza has the same birthday as Donald Trump. I'm like, that's kind of weird. Donald Trump's birthday, and the guy who hates Trump more than anybody nearly kills him. Then you have some connections with Souza and the Crow franchise, where you had the Brandon Lee death, and the Brandon Lee family chimes in about this. And there's a whole lot to suggest that Brandon Lee didn't actually die. It actually ties into The Crow and the movie, which is about this character who dies and comes back from the dead, resurrects. And in that movie, the Crow is the phoenix. Just like in the Batman movies, they've stylized the bat as a phoenix. Very interesting symbolism, especially because Brandon Lee died on a movie set just as his father Bruce Lee did in a movie during which he died in real life, in something offset. And there's a very compelling conspiracy theory that the Lees are still alive and well, and you can look at them right now if you know where to look. It is believed that Bruce Lee disappeared, came back as, now get this, this is where I tell you, I look for structure. Like when I said that it's more likely that Brian Landry is Noah Posner than Kyle Rittenhouse, it's because there's more connections to Sandy Hook. So there are some connections here that I find kind of peculiar. Like, Bruce Lee's known for the 1-inch punch. And so the 1-inch punch was this idea that he could so focus his energy and his mind and his body into a little punch. It's called, here we go, this is from Wikipedia. Supposedly it drove a man back 16 feet. 1-inch punch is a punching exercise from Chinese martial arts instructor Bruce Lee. It's purported to improve power and technique. It was made popular in the West when it was demonstrated at the Long Beach International Karate Championships in 1964. Bruce Lee, according to the witnesses, knocked a 245-pound man flying. So there's a television show, Stan Lee's Superhumans, where a monk tests his 1-inch punch on a crash test dummy, and they said it was 1.7 times more injurious than a 30-mile-per-hour car crash. So whatever you think about that, Bruce Lee is known for the 1-inch punch. So it is believed that, by those who think that he faked his death, that he came back as Michio Kaku. And this individual is known for the 1-inch equation. And so if you look at the two characters and how they overlap, there is a bit of, you could see the character, there's like a bit of archetypal overlapping here. The 1-inch equation to explain all physical laws. It is a theory of everything. So again, 1-inch punch to 1-inch equation, pretty strong connection there. Just like there are strong connections between Alex Jones, Bill Hicks, and the same producer. By the way, Jones is in the news along with Roger Stone. They're being subpoenaed as part of this 1-6 committee, this investigation. Again, thanks everyone for joining at Mixler. And again, we have about 35 or 40 people hanging out in the video streams. Right now, we're only on audio. And that's going to be the case for the next few days. I'm waiting for a video card to arrive. I decided it's better to go just audio than nothing at all. There's just too much happening, and I do not want to let anything go by. Breaking news. One more thing. Hannah Reid predicted a fall from grace. Just bringing this up, the one who handed Baldwin the gun, before the event happened. This is something that was on her Facebook account. She said, "How effed up is it that life's been so good, but I can't help but feel I'm about to fall from grace." And the fall from grace ties into this narrative that implicates her as something of a hitman, hitwoman. But we'll get into that. That's a kind of a rabbit trail. But let me bring this up. Breaking news. Another flat earther death. Now this one's unconfirmed. We've been talking about Mac Parhar. And there are many people who knew the guy who are even saying that they don't think he actually died of COVID. And the story is this guy was a major COVID denialist, mask resistor. He went to a flat earth conference violating the quarantine there in Canada. And despite all this, despite having symptoms of COVID, he's still live streaming himself. And then he dies, and the news media pretty much says that this guy, Mac Parhar, died of COVID. Now, how would you know? How would anybody know? You wouldn't. But it doesn't stop people like Bob the scientist on YouTube from basically remotely conducting an autopsy, a toxicology, and saying, yeah, this is why he died. But I'm suggesting that the reason people think that this guy is a death faker, and the reason why it sounds likely and convincing, is that it fits within the bigger mainstream media narrative. Like if you were creating a scapegoat, if you were making an example out of somebody, this guy is an example of what not to do. You couldn't have come up with a better figure. And I thought it was peculiar for two reasons. One, he's associated with the flat earth arsonist, the guy that burned the Masonic lodges, Benjamin Orion Carlson Coleman. He burned 3 lodges out there in Canada, March 30th, 2021. But these guys were friends. So that stood out to me as kind of strange. So anyway, now he's known as this anti-vax crusader, and he's going against Big Pharma. Well, here's kind of an interesting anagram. Somebody took his name and scrambled the name up, made an anagram here. So Mac Parhar could be pharmakos. Significance there? Well, in ancient Greek religion, the pharmakos was the ritualistic sacrifice or the exile of a human scapegoat or a victim. So I'm looking at this almost seems like this was a psychological operation, that he was a crisis actor the whole time. And, funnily enough, I was reaching out to him and I said, the last time I spoke to him, I asked, are you raising any money for your legal defense? And he was like, no. I'm like, wait, that's weird. You're representing yourself. You're facing hard time and there's no fundraiser. There's no GoFundMe. Are you not planning on defending yourself? And the day before his latest court appearance, he just conveniently dies. Kind of fishy. So anyway, I have the best of intentions here. I'm just aiming for the truth and the most likeliest thing given the context and his, I would say his position in the media. He was put out there as the face of this movement, and you could find endless news articles really condemning him. He was called an idiot by people in high places. It's like he was persecuted. Now, I was questioning whether or not he was even really a yogi, and there was no evidence for that anyway, but conveniently passed away. Okay, so now another one. Breaking, another flat earther death. Unconfirmed reports of another prominent flat earther dying, best known as the abuser of behind the curve star Patricia Steere Antonio Subirats. So Antonio Subirats, and I have a couple of links here. Now again, it's unconfirmed. I've heard it from a few people. I'm not really 100% sure on the cause, but I'm just saying, because look, I called out Mac Parhar's death 2 weeks before. I said, they're setting him up to die publicly so they can say, see, we told you so. And I was right. See, I told you so. Well, if this is the case, this would be another similar situation. So my guess is, if this is the case, we'll find out here very soon that he died of ivermectin overdose or something. Because that's the story with Mac. That was what was being pushed by Bob, the science guy, who even suggested that if he claims it was a heart attack, it was actually from the medicine because he was covering up COVID. So we'll have more on that as it develops. Going through some comments, Zareth the Alchemist says, the flat earthers have a very diminished lifespan these days. Yeah, exactly. It's very conspicuous. And some of them, I mean, Rob Skiba looked like a triathlete at the end. He looked very healthy. And then suddenly he's on a ventilator for 40 days. Well, 40 days, I don't know, for someone who is that biblical, it seemed like it was scripted. And there's nothing to substantiate any of this stuff, by the way. Travis says, can you tell me the future? Will I find true love and find the edge? Yeah, I was thinking about it. It's like, you know what? There's a point here where we've been so accurate on some of our prophecies here. And I'm not a prophet. I'm not an astrologer. None of the people in the think tank claim to be. But we tend to read the stitching on the fastball. I mean, maybe it's just that obvious. We live in a bad movie. And what makes a bad movie a bad movie? It's predictable. All right, let's go ahead and, now speaking of predictable, here's an educational article by Gizmodo. So they're getting people ready. They're getting people ready for something. Like, I was just watching a new show called Cowboy Bebop, based off an animation. And in the very first episode, and this was released on 11/19. Just noting, the dates are always significant here. So the first episode has a character using a weapon in a casino against the good guys, and he misses, of course, but it's called the Disruptor. And it blasts a hole in the wall, and then you see that they're on a space station in outer space, and all kinds of debris is floating out there, space junk. Episode 2. Two of the characters are, sorry about that. Heard car alarms going off. I was like, let's please not let that be another micro EMP blast. Taking out my video card. Well, anyway, so in episode 2, two of the characters are witnessing a spacecraft breaking part of the space station that they're in, and they're looking out the window. Very conspicuous 33 on the screen. But the imagery of space junk is becoming very common. And a couple weeks ago, the ISS had to do an evasive maneuver to dodge Chinese space junk. Then, just more recently, last week, they had to dodge Russian space junk. And remember, just a couple of months ago, Russia's their thrusters went off. I guess they said it was an accident. But here you have the Russians are docking a module at the space station, and it blasts the space station, sending it tumbling 540 degrees. Was that an accident? I don't know. There are cracks, literal cracks on the space station. So you have the cracks in the space station going along with the breaking apart of the relationship between America and Russia. And I think, I'm talking about in outer space, between the astronauts and the cosmonauts. I mean, maybe the astronauts are resentful that they have to drink recycled Russian urine, which is true. Russians drink water up there. Americans drink recycled stuff. But whatever it is, there is some contention there. At one point, the Russians even blamed the hole in the space station on an American female astronaut losing control of her emotions. They said she wanted to go home so bad that she drilled a hole. NASA denied it. You can find all kinds of stories about this. So here we go. Russia says it'll keep the source of the hole in Airlink a secret. That was first. Another one here. Who sabotaged the International Space Station? This was in 2018. Russia suggests the leak was man-made. But anyway, they stopped the drama, I think, from trickling down, but enough got out there. And there is already a division between how are we going to go into outer space as space cowboys and capitalists like Bezos and Branson and Musk, bringing trillions of dollars of wealth down, enriching the rich, increasing the amount of pollution, making things less sustainable, or are we going to go up as space commies? So there is kind of already a division up there in terms of how we're going to go into space collectively as a species. So I just find it very interesting, though, that here we have these movies getting us used to the idea of space junk. And I just watched 2 episodes. The 3rd episode had something even more interesting than space junk, which this is called Cowboy Bebop, which I may get into here. But here's an article from Gizmodo. What to know about the Kessler syndrome and the ultimate space disaster. Like all of a sudden this is relevant to your interest to know that the accumulating space debris is leading towards a catastrophe that will make Earth's orbit inaccessible. Didn't you hear William Shatner talking about the coming catastrophic event? Sounds like this could be it. Accumulating space debris leading us towards a catastrophe. So the world got a stark reminder this week that our orbit is increasingly crowded and a dangerous place after the Russian military destroyed one of its defunct satellites in a test on Monday morning. The crew of the ISS was forced to take shelter as high-speed debris passed close to the outpost. Now, the person in the chat was asking if I could, read his future. And probably one of the reasons why is that earlier this year I said that space junk Armageddon is going to be the thing, and the Russians and the Chinese are going to shoot down the American space, the International Space Station. But they'll have plausible deniability, making it look like an accident. Well, here we are, and it's already at that point. And now I think that China is testing out some hypersonic nukes, so things are about to get very interesting with the whole space war scenario. Okay, so here we go. It says, for now, satellites and space stations maneuver away from threatening space junk, but we're now approaching a scenario in which snowballing collisions in orbit will cut us off from space. We are in the early stages of the Kessler syndrome. Michio Kaku remarked that if you threw a barrel full of nails into space, you could, if it's scattered, you could actually block us from going into orbit. Because you're talking about orbital debris going 17,000 miles per hour, relatively fast. Okay, so in 2015, Misc magazine reached out and they asked this question, quote, what looming crisis is nobody talking about? Without hesitation, this is the author of the piece, I replied, Kessler syndrome. So here we go. What is the Kessler syndrome? It says there are 33. A minute ago I mentioned episode 2 of Cowboy Bebop has a space junk scene and a very conspicuous 33 on there. That number is code for something. Generally, order out of chaos is implicated here. So what's chaos first? Just a heads up. Okay, so let's see here. An estimated 330 million bits of debris currently exist in space. That's a lot. In fact, I saw some article suggesting that 330 million, that we're going to have like a ring, like Saturn's rings, a ring of space junk. Now it says we didn't launch this many pieces, but the pieces in space, the objects in space break up into smaller pieces, and they smash into other objects and so on, and it creates exponential debris over time. So what we're talking about here is the Kessler syndrome, and this is Donald Kessler, 1978. So 43 years now. He warned. And 1978 was the year Skylab fell. He warned that the number of artificial satellites in Earth's orbit increases and the probability of collisions will increase. Satellite collisions will produce orbiting fragments, each of which will increase the probability of further collisions, leading to the growth of a belt of debris around the Earth. The belt would get increasingly dense over time, and Kessler worried that this would become a major problem in the next century. So this is a storyline that we're being prepared for. The phrase Kessler syndrome also describes what you could describe it as an avalanche in space. So if China shoots down let's say they shoot down the DirecTV satellite. I mean, that would really get Americans off their lazy boy chairs and activate them, get them ready for World War III, cut off their DirecTV. But it says here, a cascade sparked by a single trigger event. It's unlikely to wipe out all the satellites, but the collision of debris can speed the process along. So we'll move on. It's just predictive programming. And the thing is, predictive programming, or the examination of it, what we're doing here, it's based on the idea that if you consistently find evidence of foreknowledge planted throughout the media, little Easter eggs, little hints here and there, then you should be able to use predictive programming and say, we have a predictive model here, we should know what's going to come. In fact, someone sent me this link. There's a TV show called The Office, episode 119. Now this is fascinating because episode 119 is, well, the number 119, January 19th, is the day that patient zero in America came down with COVID. It was in Seattle. So ground zero for the pandemic was Seattle. Patient zero, 119. Now check this out. The significance here, the dates and all these things. Here we have St. Patrick's Day, The Office, the 119th episode. So it was the 19th episode of the 6th season, season 19, but 119th overall. St. Patrick's Day. So this comedy series, The Office, has an episode where one of the characters coughs and someone else decides to wear a mask. And everybody's freaking out. Why is this person wearing a mask? And the whole episode is about how weird it is that somebody's wearing a mask at work simply because somebody coughed. Sound familiar? It should, right? Well, look at the airing date. March 11th, 2020. You can find this in the Wikipedia. St. Patrick's Day is the name of the episode, The Office. So episode 119 and 311. Look, 119 and 311 are the two most significant dates in 2020 with regard to the pandemic. Because that's the reason it was declared a pandemic. It arrived here. There's our patient zero, January 19th. And this episode, 119, air date 311, the date the thing was declared 10 years later. And I've looked at a few clips from this and, basically, and then there's more, actually. There's a little bit more. So not only are they freaking out about the mask, but there's a song in the episode that someone is singing. And the song is called The Cat's in the Cradle. So, and this was pointed out to me by one of our researchers in the Discord server, and this is one of the reasons why I recommend that you join our Discord server, because we do get cutting edge information all the time. So the lyrics in Cats in the Cradle say here, you see, my new job's a hassle, and the whole show's about, of course, The Office. And the kids have the flu. It was sure nice talking to you. So the song's about the flu, mentions the flu conspicuously. The episode's about basically somebody from the future. I mean, it's really predictive programming. It's someone just so out of context their behavior. But now it's normal. It's kind of funny how somebody acting erratic in a TV show is the subject of the whole comedic plot, but 10 years later, that's the norm. All right, let us continue. So today, it's still for the next 30 seconds. It's 11/22/2021. JFK-obsessed Anon cultists set off alarms with ominous chatter of, we have to experience physical death. So the QAnoners are hanging out there in Dallas, waiting for JFK to return. Today's the anniversary of his assassination. And this was brought up by Jimmy Kimmel and Bill Maher, who finally started covering this. They finally talked about this stuff, and I'm like, finally. It's not just us. This is a big story. And they said, why would you expect a guy to return to the location of his assassination? But anyway, we now have a big group of QAnoners hanging out, waiting for JFK, Michael Jackson, and others to return. Well, this is led largely by Negative 48, or Michael Protzman. Now, I was listening to Michael Protzman for a couple of weeks. I was trying to understand their Kabbalah, because it's sort of Kabbalah, numerology, gematria, but it's kind of something they made up, or it's sort of a bastardized version. But it's basically numerology, which is what they're obsessed with. So this guy, a negative 48, nobody knew who he was for the longest time. And a lot of people thought it was JFK, or JFK Jr. rather. So I had people sharing tweets. I've been following the QAnoners, and they're all gathering around. There was several thousand people listening, and they're all like having this religious experience that they're listening to JFK Jr., who's got the blood of Jesus, and he's telling them how they're about to take out the bad guys in the deep state. So he has people hooked for the longest time, and people would say, is this JFK Jr.? And people just assumed it to be true, but no one asked him directly, and he kind of ignored and dodged the question. Well, eventually he answered it. And once he did, people people like me were like, okay, well, why didn't he mention this before? Well, anyway, this guy's sort of the leader now of the JFK cult. So, online conspiracist, real name Michael Protzman, drew his followers to Dallas to wait the return of John F. Kennedy and John F. Kennedy Jr. But this weekend, his comments turned morbid, where participants started discussing their own deaths as a part of a journey towards this unknowable truth. And I've seen this before. When things didn't manifest, they would say, well, the truth isn't for everybody. So we're getting to this point here, and he says, ultimately, we have to experience physical death. So we're getting to the Heaven's Gate phase of the QAnon. Drink the Kool-Aid, spelled with a Q. An administrator for the Telegram channel posted an ominous screenshot that showed a destination of Waco, Texas, where there was a month-long standoff between law enforcement and the Branch Davidians. The moment when the leaders of a cultic group start talking about the need for physical death to reach utopia is the moment to get the authorities involved, said Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us. I interviewed Mike Rothschild, The Storm is Upon Us, the author of The Storm is Upon Us, for Dark Matter Radio about 6 or 7 months ago. And I'm going to try to do a follow-up here. Zareth says battery is dying, relocating. You know, it's a myth that batteries will recharge if you put them in the refrigerator. By the way, if you miss anything, I will be restreaming this in the morning on video. So even though my computer's down, I'm going to make sure that I keep everybody in the loop. Everything will go through the same RSS feed, so you won't miss anything. So let us continue. Oh, let me go back to Cowboy Bebop for a second. Cowboy Bebop, episode 3, had this screen. There's a scene, and I have a screenshot on my Twitter account. So you're looking at a movie which is kind of like, I guess you would call it science fiction, sort of dystopic in a way, like a lot of these are. Kind of a mix of high tech and analog, but it's just the genre. So it's bounty hunters in outer space, but the world they live on looks like a much larger world than ours. It looks like a large moon, and every crater has like basically a clear seal over it, and it has land beneath it. So it looks like the flat Earth map, where you've got the flat Earth, you got the glass dome over it, and you got the ice around the edges. Well, in this TV show Cowboy Bebop, you have a lot of these domed enclosed systems adjacent to one another, but each one is basically enclosed of itself. Kind of like, I'm not sure the whole backstory, but if you had to imagine the world as described by Commander Lou, who I also interviewed recently on Dark Matter Radio, this would be it. He posits the idea that we inhabit, for all intents and purposes, what could be described as a crater on a much bigger world, and that the globe doesn't adequately describe all of the land masses, but that you would have to go beyond the edges to see. So I can point you to darkmatter.radio. I'll put a link in the chat if you want to check out that, and I'll be speaking with Commander Lou here shortly, the next few days. Thirst for Truth says the Q-sters are going to pull a Jonestown. Well, Alex Jones is being pulled into this whole mess with Roger Stone and the insurrection. So maybe they're going to remove a lot of the major misinformationists out there. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that all of a sudden prominent flat earthers are just publicly dying, to the point where I would be rich right now if we were placing bets on these things. Like, if you want to name a few others, Richie from Boston has already announced that he's going to die soon. Like, I'm sorry, but none of us know. Doesn't matter what they say. You can make your best guesses, but we don't know enough to predict and say, I'm going to die. Can you send me some money to my GoFundMe? I'm going to die. Share this stream. It might be my life. Like, people are milking this as though they know. Richie from Boston? Come on. Anyway, let's continue. Another victim of Kyle Rittenhouse. You've probably seen that. We didn't see explosive riots. I mean, there were some riots in New York, in Portland, but I think in Portland, those rioters are on payroll. I think the city pays them. Does the city pay Antifa? So nothing really big happened, nothing explosive yet. I mean, there's some accelerant being thrown on the fire. Colin Kaepernick said that the verdict validates white supremacism. So you have a lot of that, but nothing really exploded. And I'm thinking I know why. There was one person who seemed to just take it all in herself. I'll play the audio, you can listen. And I had a number of people contact me about this. And this person who collapsed on the ground after the verdict was read is an actress. It's not a real seizure, but I'll go ahead and play it.
I am a monument! I am a monument! Fuck America!
What's in the back? You're not pushing. We got people.
Okay, now comes the fake seizures.
Yo, stop that, wait, shit, okay? Holy shit! Get her.
So you have a flailing liberal, basically. And she said, F America. She passed out on the ground, fake seized. And I think she took on the angst of everybody there, and nobody, catharsis. Nobody really had the need to go do it. She took on all the anger for everybody, diffused it. As if there's any legitimate anger there anyway. The only people who were angry about it were influenced by the MSM's spin on it, and we don't have enough information to know. We never did. There's too much that was held back. Like, the identity of the, I guess they called him Jump Kick Man, has been known for some time, but that was kept. So we all know about Gage Grossarm and Gruber and JoJo, who are all being mourned, by the libs. It's the strangest thing to me that they've made martyrs out of these contemptible characters. And you could say, well, who are you to judge? Well, yeah, I think it's safe to say that some person who creeps on single mothers and preys on their children, yeah, he had it coming. Not to mention, you don't see this in the video, and Kyle talked about this on Tucker Carlson's show today, JoJo was menacing them 90 minutes before. Now, was the thing real? Was it a psyop? Was it a mix? It's hard to say. The drone footage would suggest it was very well choreographed. And I was talking about this earlier with some friends. I was saying, look, if this was not a psychological operation, if this was a real event that Kyle got himself into, and he actually blew holes in these people and all this stuff, I mean, I find it all very questionable. Gruber being friends with Jacob Blake, it seems like a closed movie set. But let's say it was real. If it was real, then we all owe Gage Grosskreutz an apology for a lot of those memes. Like, did you see that Disco Inferno remix of Gage Grosskreutz dancing? I can't wait till I get my video back on. I have a lot of things to share. Nice shot, Kyle. But if it was a hoax, this is some of the best crisis acting ever. We're going to have a new Golden Hockey Award ceremony. We have best. I mean, really, one shot, one smooth take. But again, the whole story, like all of these shooting psyops, is full of holes. No pun intended. Let's see. Penguins are real, FEMA coffins are fake, and JFK may rise from the dead. Okay, so he didn't. I put a maybe in there. It's from the newsletter. If you're not getting the newsletter, I will have to point you to infiniteplane.radio and just join. Yeah, there's someone asserting that penguins are fake, and I'm going to interview or have a conversation with this person on Thursday. So today is Tuesday the 23rd. Mark your calendar. On the 25th, I will be speaking with Seek the Truth 101. So if you like the conversation that I had with Truth or Human Vibration, Seek the Truth 101 is someone that does a lot of work with her. So I think you'll like a lot of his work anyway. He's really big into exposing deep fakery, hyper-realistic masks. And, I don't agree that penguins don't exist or birds aren't real. However, animatronics are real, and you could say that, yes, you could fake some of these things. The question is burden of proof. Can you make this claim? And then 2, fakeability. And so I want to talk to this person about fakeability, which is a very important concept to understand here. Is it fakeable? And if it is fakeable, that has to be within the realm of possibilities if it's an extraordinary claim. Too many people just take the TV as a source. No, that's not a source of, it's not an argument from authority to point at your TV screen. Television thumpers have replaced the Bible thumpers. All right, let us continue. I'm going through the newsletter from the other day. So China took out the ISS, or almost did. Russia fired a thruster accidentally. So no, penguins are real. Birds are real. The birds are fake. Conspiracy theory, I think, is an MSM planted PR stunt. And the purpose of such a PR stunt would be to discredit people who call the news fake. Oh, you think the news is fake? What are you, a bird denier? But I'm not a reality denialist. I'm actually a perceiver of reality. And I'm trying to discern the real thing from the augmented virtual reality that they impose over this one, the metaverse that we're all entering into. So, if you haven't heard of it, the Birds Aren't Real campaign, it's probably because I never talk about it because I don't want to give it any airtime because it's so ridiculous. But I had someone mention that penguins are fake. And so I have evidence of penguins down the street. I have video, I have photos, but to say something's fake without researching it, without going out there and making an attempt, is not doing your due diligence. Because you make the extraordinary claim, you own the burden of proof. But the mainstream media, for the longest time, has put that burden on all of us. And if you don't take it, you're a conspiracy theorist. So it only sounds like a viable conspiracy theory to people who don't understand who owns that burden. So no, we are definitely not reality deniers here. Now, it's not as bad as the Mandela effect. Because the Mandela effectors will say, well, reality changed, so you can't access my evidence. All right, let me see. I'm going through the chat. We're joined by Blessing John 83, Shan, Salty Siren, Travis, and Wee Bear. Going through some of the news, just things we talked about even a little bit earlier today. Let me see here. A 33-year-old astronaut just sent up to space. Oh, here's something. The Division for 2022. So we live in a series of really bad movies. Our world is heavily scripted, and predictive programming is a model for reading the future. Right now we're living in, everything is kind of mild compared to the movie version, but we're living through Mad Max for the most part. We're living through V for Vendetta. We're actually living right now, 2022 is the year of Soylent Green. And just recently, NASA introduced Astrocrete, which is like Soylent Green. You grind people up, mix them with Martian or lunar dust, and build bricks out of them. Build back better out of astro blood. Mixing humans into cement. NASA talks about this. It's called Astrocrete. Don't ask them about astroplastic. Loath to discuss that But my thing is, that sounds to me like Soylent Green. But anyway, we're moving into 2022, and there's a movie out called The Division. Well, look, 9/11 was predicted in a book, Sum of All Fears, Tom Clancy, movie, Sum of All Fears. Tom Clancy is really, for many ways, he's the author of a lot of the bad movies that we're living through. A lot of the psyops have this interesting Tom Clancy connection. But anyway, this movie's about to be released, and here's the storyline. And again, the reason why I'm bringing this up is The Division is where you get Dark Winter, and Dark Winter is actually the name of a drill that was conducted before 9/11, preparing for something like right now. And then right now we have talk from Bill Gates where he's describing how he's going to put, I guess, smallpox into the airports. So like, wait, what? Listen to this. Why is Bill Gates talking about smallpox? Why is the new James Bond movie about weaponized smallpox? Why did the U.S. government just buy $113 million worth of an oral smallpox antiviral? Okay, so you've all heard Bill Gates talking about this. You heard me mention here that yes, the government just bought 113, interesting number, if we want to get into that aspect of the meta script. But again, the James Bond movie about weaponized smallpox. Well, listen to this. This is from The Division. IMDb.com. This is their page, and here's the storyline. It says, on Black Friday, by the way, Black Friday is in just a few days. On Black Friday, in New York City, bioterrorists release a modified strain of smallpox onto several amounts of currency bills. This results in the disease spreading rapidly, and before long, society in New York City has collapsed, resulting in the activation of Strategic Homeland Division. The main focus of the division is to keep the peace and restore society, while the government scientists work on a cure. Oh, that's great. 2 weeks to flatten the curve. What is it, 2 years? So the division will be here to keep you under control while the government scientists figure this out. It says multiple factions rise up to try to take control of New York City. Escaped inmates of Rikers, called the Cleaners. You have immobilized sanitation workers trying to kill the disease on their own with fire. The Last Man Battalion. Anyway, predictive programming spun off of The Division from 2016. And many of these movies do in fact contain, in fact there's a video game based on this, the Division, where in the game there's actually an Easter egg where a character sees a wall that's spray painted and it says the virus is a hoax. But remember, when this thing started, when the pandemic started, they talked about how money would carry it. Here we go. This is Tom Clancy's The Division 2, The Virus is a Hoax. Anyone who's played this game and focused on the storyline, the art, the civilians, and the atmosphere can pretty much connect the two. Tom Clancy's The Division and COVID-19 have extreme similarities of what's going to come. So here are some connections here. And the game was released February 7th, 2019. And the article I'm looking at has a scene where there's graffiti and it says the virus is a hoax. Released in February 2019. It's about a pandemic in the United States. Rather, an epidemic, or the pandemic in the United States. But here's what it says. The U.S. government first told its citizens it was a virus outbreak, but later it turned out it was a bioweapon released by Russia. The scientist who designed and released the virus did it as a means of population control. The civilians who refused to vaccinate got sent to FEMA camps and were executed by FEMA agents. In the game, they use the name CERA, or C-E-R-A, instead of FEMA. Again, we're talking about a game based on a Tom Clancy, whose books have also brought you things like 9/11. Civilians lined up at the government set-up tents to receive their vaccines. After receiving the vaccines, the civilians started dropping dead. The US became factions fighting for resources and control. Throughout the game, you find the virus is a hoax spray painted on walls. You know, there's another Easter egg in the same game I saw, and it was a room where there's a turtle with a flat Earth map on its back, or a flat Earth on its back. Fascinating. Again, Dark Winter was referenced many times by Biden. It was brought up a lot during the inauguration. Dark Winter, Hunger Games, all these things have been brought to the forefront. And it's intentional. So think about how many people, how many millions were immersed in that fictional universe of The Division. And now there's a movie coming out about it as we move into that stage. Zareth the Alchemist says guillotines. I'm still waiting for the Vax drones. They should just put the Vax in the chemtrail. Hey, listen to this. 100 QAnon believers show up in Dallas waiting for JFK Jr. who never arrives. Vice is covering the story up too. Covering the story pretty well. The QAnon JFK cult in Dallas is tearing families apart. I have a couple more things. The Astroworld event. Okay, nobody in the Astroworld event died. I can prove that to you right now. Also, I want to mention that Benjamin Crump is involved. Benjamin Crump is the attorney for all of the high-profile cop killings, George Floyd and others. The I Can't Breathe meme was also used with these crushing deaths. The environmentalists are using it, the I Can't Breathe, which is an anagram for a better China, by the way. So, this is all very much indicative of a psyop, just the personalities just surrounding this event in Astro. But check this out. 20 years ago, there was a Pearl Jam concert. It was the Rock Slide. And at the Rock Slide, you had 50,000 people, like you had 50,000 people at this event, Astro World Fest. You had 9 people die at Rock Slide from being crushed. You had 9 people die at Astro World. What's more, this shirt for the Rock Slide Festival 20 years ago had this figure 8 with an eyeball in the middle. And that Pearl Jam shirt looks like the stage from Astroworld with the weird CERN portal and the big eye. But what's more, a couple days before the concert, Travis Scott released a video called Escape Plan. And in the video, he's wearing a Pearl Jam shirt. And the Pearl Jam shirt is from the Rock Slide concert 20 years ago that had 50,000 people and 9 died. So you'd have to be an extreme coincidence theorist to think that that event happened as advertised and that it wasn't completely a psychological operation. And I called it out that day. I believe I used the phrase crisis fainters. Crisis fainters. All right, this is a clip I want to play. Writer and broadcaster Edward Curtin looks at CIA document 1035-960, which he says helped to popularize the term conspiracy theorist and its relevance to the COVID-19 debate today.
Let me just go back briefly to the JFK issue. So in 1967, the CIA comes out with this memo to their own people and to their people in the journalism world that you have to use this idea of conspiracy theory and conspiracy theorists to denigrate anyone who criticizes the Warren Commission and the U.S. government's.
Take that, Snopes. Snopes and Metabunk saying that this isn't true. No, the CIA document 1035-960 helped popularize the term conspiracy theory as a way to attack people who didn't accept the burden of proof for extraordinary claims. And it was after the Kennedy assassination. Now they've advanced it. Now you're not a conspiracy theorist, which might suggest you have a theory. It might suggest that you have an idea. They've replaced that with conspiracist or conspiracist. Okay, conspiracist. I see what you did there. Let's see, let's continue. So many things to cover. Michael Flynn calling for a one religion at an event that's a who's who of the religious right. Now, this guy is so dishonest. They claim they're not part of Q, or that they kind of act like they have plausible deniability, but they don't. In fact, in Vegas at his last event, he was standing in front of two playing cards on the wall. Big blown up playing cards. A queen, Q, and a 7. Well, Q and a 7 is 17. I'm like, okay. And Michael Flynn karaokeed the song We Ain't Gonna Take It, as did the whole Trump family at one of these events. We ain't gonna take it. Significance there, the final Q drop, the last Q drop that was dropped by Q was after the election, and it was a link to the song We Ain't Gonna Take It. So what do you make of that? Of course they're connected to Q. Of course they are insurrectionists, if there is such a thing. And, if there is a movement here that you could describe as an insurrection, it would be this. And Michael Flynn did say in his Reawaken America tour that there needs to be one religion for America. So just a heads up. All right, I want to play a few more video clips, things that I've been assembling lately. Again, if you get on my newsletter, you won't miss anything. Let's see what we have here. I'm going to play, some of this stuff is so surreal. And Joe Biden is such an unbelievable character.
Not a joke. Not a joke. Not a joke, folks. Not a joke. Not a joke as well. Tim, where's Tim? Tim, where's Tim? Not a joke.
He always sounds so confused.
Not a joke.
But he'd say he's 58 years old. Or he says he looks forward to his 58th birthday. And I brought this up earlier. I said the only thing that makes sense to me for Joe Biden to call himself 58 or say he's looking forward to his 58th birthday is if he's speaking for the deep state, which is celebrating its 58th birthday being the death day of JFK, being the birth of the NWO. That's one possible explanation. Or he could be senile. A few of the things I mentioned earlier this year, back in late August, you had Saran, shooter of RFK Jr., and John Hinckley, shooter of Reagan, both being released. So I'm like, what's with these assassins being let loose? Well, just the other day, 2 men were exonerated for the assassination of Malcolm X, just 2 days ago. Well, just a few hours ago, Malcolm X's daughter, Malika, was found dead. And the headline here connects the two. The daughter of civil rights icon Malcolm X was located dead in her home in Brooklyn on Monday, 2 days after 2 men were exonerated for her father's assassination. Probably not a coincidence. Here's another one. It's all such a big cult. Anthony Fauci's relative, Carla Fauci, has a lawyer husband, Jeffrey Roberts. Okay, so Fauci's relative, Carla, is married to an attorney that purchased Ghislaine Maxwell's home. I have an audio clip here. I almost don't want to play it. It's Boris Johnson, UK Prime Minister, and he's making a point about fossil fuels and engines and cars, and he's making engine noises, and I believe what he says is, broom, broom, rar, rar. I'll just play it. This is Boris Johnson, UK Prime Minister. Yeah, that's Boris. It's the green thing, these environmentalists. Something about it. They do get kind of culty, and they see anything, any kind of fossil fuel. They see engines, internal combustion engines, electricity. They see technology as an attack on Mother Earth, and they have to mischaracterize everything. That's why this outer space thing is such an important question. Are we going to go up as as capitalists or communists, because the theory is that global warming is going to be accelerated unless we change everything into a more sustainable way of life. And Bezos and others were talking about moving into a civilization of stasis in order to preserve our habitat long term. So anyway, I just see these greenies going nuts, losing their minds. You got Rick rolling Greta Thunberg, who still looks to me like animatronic avatar for Al Gore. And, by the way, the greenies. Let's say you're a greenie and you believe in saving the world and all this stuff. Well, at the end of the day, if you go to Mars, it has been described on a few sites, like Futurism, that on Mars, your bones will become increasingly brittle and your skin will turn kind of green. Like this has already been discussed. And you'll live in a building made out of astrocrete. And you'll eat with utensils made out of astroplastic. Zaret says, yeah, he's definitely not unhinged. Yeah, well, he could just be the comedian Matt Lucas. There's actually a pretty convincing conspiracy theory that Boris Johnson is a mask and wig piece and a persona, all portrayed by Matt Lucas, the comedian. Now, you might write this off and say there's no way that Matt Lucas, the comedian, is literally playing Boris because he imitates Boris routinely. Well, that's to throw you off. And what's more, and this is something you can verify for yourself, if you look at Matt Lucas's past, there was a girlfriend that he had who died. Well, this girlfriend was part of the Thelemic cult. You can find her doing satanic rituals and some different different photos. You can find pictures of her. But he had this ex-girlfriend who died. This is the Satanist one, I believe. Well, anyway, this is all kind of, this is actually kind of something that you'd have to see pictures. I think you'd have to see pictures. But basically it works like this. Boris Johnson's girlfriend, now she's the Satanist. Okay, Boris Johnson's girlfriend looks exactly like Matt Lucas's dead ex. Again, Matt Lucas is a comedian who portrays Boris on TV but may actually be Boris in deep fake disguise. But the girlfriend gives it away. Boris Johnson's girlfriend, I get her name here, looks exactly like the dead ex of Matt Lucas. So here's the story. Yeah, Carrie Johnson. So Carrie Johnson, Satanist, a Thelemite, she's been photographed during satanic rituals. Again, Carrie Johnson looks like Matt Lucas's dead ex-boyfriend. So what you have is Lucas's boyfriend goes deep fake and becomes Carrie. He becomes Boris. And it's a role that he plays. Now the images side by side tell it all. Now since we're on the fringe here, let me bring this up. This is an actual QAnon believer. I have a few different clips of these QAnon believers talking about what's going to happen. And one of them says that this plan by the Kennedys to take out the deep state actually involves 900 or so celebrities who all fake their deaths, who will all come back at the same time, including Princess Diana, Michael Jackson, John Denver, and all the rest. Let me go ahead and play a clip here.
God-loving patriots that come together, meeting each other from meeting online.
God-loving patriots. But here's the one who says, and the audio is not the best. She says, "We are reversing the spell." Okay, so we're reversing the spell. She said, there are 900 celebrities that had to fake their death. And they're going to be coming back. It's called the Gone with the Wind program. Listen to this.
Senior or junior? Senior?
They faked their death. Junior,
Okay.
And they said Senior did not die and Jackie did not die either.
So Jackie is going to be resurrected as well?
Well,
Or she never
They
died?
said there was 900 celebrities. But
Oh, so Jackie's not dead either. And she says there were 900 celebrities
had to fake their death due to the Illuminati. And
that faked their death due to the Illuminati and their contracts.
That they had. So they called it the Gone with the Wind program. And they're supposed to return as well and let everybody know what was going on with the Illuminati, with the record business, and with the...
Okay, so there's this thing called a Gone with the Wind program, 900 death fakers. Well, was Elvis too, says Zareth the Alchemist. Elvis dying at 42, I think his final words were, the world's a stage or something. Yeah, I could see that. But let us go ahead and continue here. So the 900 are going to come back to life, and they're going to reveal everything and, quote, break the spell of what the Illuminati did when they killed JFK, and they will bring in the age of Aquarius.
All right.
So anyway, these individuals were there waiting today for JFK to return, and he did not. Although I heard, I think, is it JFK Jr.'s birthday later this week? Like there may be another opportunity. They didn't show up at the Rolling Stones concert. Some were even saying, I mean, this is hopium at its worst. They just need anything. They said, hey, Keith Richards looks kind of like a 105-year-old JFK. Yeah, that's him. And Mick Jagger? Yeah, that's Michael Jackson in a mask. Elvis is on drums. Aaliyah's one of the backup singers. They had it all figured out. All right, let's go ahead and continue through the notes here. We were talking about The Division coming out in 2022. I've been looking at the iconography of, well, the Nazification of Kyle Rittenhouse's image by the Daily Beast. Whenever they show his face, it's always in red, black, and white, matching all their coverage of neo-Nazis. There's also a few Illuminati playing cards. One looks like the guy that drove his SUV through the crowd. Now, I've looked at it closely. Is it fakeable? Yes, I need to see more footage to know for sure, but it looks real. We'll see. And I'm talking about the individual whose initials were DB. Again, DB42. You find 42 and DB around any racially charged psyop. But here we have it. No evidence that parade crash suspect knew anyone en route or on the route. A couple interesting things about this. This is in Waukesha, Wisconsin. SUV driver plows through a Christmas parade. Okay, a couple of things about this. One, Kyle Rittenhouse gets exonerated. And then in Waukesha, Wisconsin, WW, you have a big tragedy like this. Well, exactly a year prior, Kyle Rittenhouse posted $2 million bail, 11/20. On that date that he posted bail in Mayfair, at the Mayfair Mall, MM, you had a 15-year-old shooting up the mall. So I'm like, that's kind of weird. Was that a real story? Or a fake story? It's like, did Kyle get released and shoot up a mall? Just kind of interesting timing. Kyle gets released, 15-year-old shoots up a mall. Kyle gets released, a mob gets attacked. Connection here also, the initials, WW and MM, Mayfair Mall, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Kind of interesting. Just the timing of these things stands out to me as suspect. And then what's more, there is another Kyle Rittenhouse. So Kyle's in the news. Everybody's searching. Let's find, what's going on with Kyle. He's trending. Listen to this article here. Kyle Rittenhouse arrested on child porn charges. So anybody that hated Kyle had an excuse here to rip on him indirectly. It says here, a Florida man, Kyle Rittenhouse, was arrested for soliciting nude images and possessing this stuff. So a 24-year-old named Kyle Rittenhouse happens to get arrested for solicitation and possession of child porn. And this happens on the 19th while Kyle's in court. And it's very ambiguous in the wording, and it's like, wait a minute here. What was this? An SEO grab? Was this defamation or slander? This is kind of what it looks like. It looks like fake news. Like thispersondoesnotexist.com. That's what it looks like to me. Looks like the person does not exist, and that was probably, kind of a hit piece. Script deconstruction here says Zareth the Alchemist. Oh, here's another one. God, there's so many things we can go through. Well, we've already talked about Kyle of Kenosha having the same birth date as Greta Thunberg. To me, that's more than a glitch in a matrix. That shows you, I think, that these characters have their lives and their trajectories plotted out years and years in advance. And this is also underscored by what I said earlier about the fact, not conspiracy theory, the fact that Gabby Petito was in a post-Sandy Hook video. But yes, January the 3rd, 2003 was the birth date of Kyle Rittenhouse. January the 3rd, 2003 is the birth date of Greta Thunberg. What a coincidence. You couldn't have a more polarized couple, left and right. Left loves Greta, hates Kyle. Right loves Kyle, loves Greta. They are from the same department, I think. I think this is like World Wrestling Entertainment. What are the odds that the two most prominent 18-year-olds on the world stage, occupying our cultural space and taking up place within these particular topics, Second Amendment, climate change, and these topics are antipodes. These things, they cancel each other out. You can't have the green world order with propertyless serfs unless you get rid of the guns. So the gun is a bigger symbol here. I also think, talking about script deconstruction, isn't it fascinating that Gage's name, well, Gage is what you use to describe a needle. And it's interesting that Gage gets shot in the arm. And the significance there is the Civil War that we're experiencing, the kraken, the rift, the split that they've created, the schism in our society, is between the pro-mandatory vax and the pro-Second Amendment crowd. It's guns versus needles. That's one of the points that's been made. The left was talking about door-to-door with the needles, and the right was saying, well, we got our guns. Majority Cameron was saying, go ahead and try. My point is, this is the perfectly divided and split system that they've created here. So the idea that you have the guy with the gun and the other guy gets shot in the arm and they're on opposite sides of the fence. The left loves Gage, hates Kyle, and vice versa. No coincidences. All right, let's see what else we have to continue through here. Oh, yes, we're talking about the symbol of the spear. And this is meta script deconstruction. So at the beginning of the year, on 1/6/2021, you had the QAnon shaman, Q sent me, and he's got a big spear. And even though he's armed with a spear, the guards at the Capitol don't shoot him. Like, you tell me that you could walk into your state capitol with a knife on a stick and not get shot. So there's a spear-Q connection. Fast forward to August 9th, anniversary of the Manson killings. You have Matthew Coleman spear his child 17 times. Spear. Q sent him. He said, Q made me do it. Why? He said his children had serpent DNA. So you have a QAnon inspired or Q shaman stabbing a child 17 times with a spear because it's a reptilian. Then the ADL says that the symbol of St. George spearing the reptile on the ground is racist, and QAnoners are using it. Then you have General Flynn identifying himself as the Archangel Michael by leading his congregation of QAnoners not in Christian prayers, but in prayers from the cult universal and triumphant, where they pray to the Archangel Michael. And he prays to the archangels and the sevenfold rays. And all these people chant along with him. Well, General Flynn is a part of the cult universal triumphant. They've restylized it as cult universal Trump. But it's the same thing. Well, anyway, if you look at the iconography of the Archangel Michael, he's the angel with the spear stabbing the snake on the ground. Another Q connection to the spear stabbing the snake. Now, the QAnoners believed that they were getting secret messages from Britney Spears, and Free Spear was some kind of message that they were getting. Funnily enough, Britney Spears is now free. Free Spear. And in the picture on her Instagram where she's announcing her freedom, whatever, she's wearing a very conspicuous spearhead around her neck. Another coincidence. And so today, 11:22, now 11:23, we enter Sagittarius. So very significant time frame, I think, if we're talking about the spear and the arrow. This is when the sun god gets jabbed on his way out. Here's the quote someone was asking here. This is what Colin Kaepernick said. "We just witnessed a system built on white supremacy validate the terrorist acts of a white supremacist." With regard to Kyle. Now, you may say Kyle's not white. You may say he's racially mixed. He's not a racist. It doesn't matter. The way that this dialectic works is Western chauvinism is on trial. The system itself. And you can be anything. You could have it run by robots and it would still be technically, quote, racist. That's the revolutionary talk. And there's a lot to say about Colin Kaepernick and his name being derived from Nicholas Copernicus, head of a revolution, a guy who started the world spinning. Interesting connections. Some say the Kyle Rittenhouse trial is a distraction because they don't want us to look at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. And, you know, the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, we don't get any video. We don't get any photos. All we get are sketches. Not sure what's going on with that. Now, look, you may think I'm reaching with this, but we've been looking very closely at word magic, number magic, symbolism, the Kabbalistic subtext to the various major world transformative psychodramas. I don't know if these are coincidences, but I don't think these are. I really don't. And I've come across some strange ones recently. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that when Joe Biden stepped down and Biden transferred power to Kamala, I don't think it's a coincidence that while that happened, Colin Kaepernick was making his statement condemning our entire system and calling for the abolition of our justice system. I don't think it's a coincidence that Colin Kaepernick steps up to say this while Kamala is in power and Biden is getting a colonoscopy. I don't think it's a coincidence because Biden stepping down, Kamala stepping up is a move in the direction of, I believe the subtext is old white America dying, and colon and the BLM represents the this revolution, the change to come. And I also think it's very coincidental and interesting here that he's president 46, she would be 47. And when she's in power while he's getting his colonoscopy, Colin is speaking his piece, making his point. Because back in 2013, we were in Super Bowl 47. And Super Bowl 47 was when you had 33 minutes of darkness. And Colin Kaepernick was the quarterback. And I took that to mean this. 33 is the number of Christ. The number of the guy challenging the world darkness, sin. And he gets crucified for it. Well, in this context, you have the football player sacrificing his career, challenging the world darkness, systemic racism. So when he's the quarterback during the game, 33 minutes of darkness, I think it was pointing that his future role would be much like Christ challenging the world's evil. His role would be the same. So then you fast forward here, 2021, Colin's in his 33rd year like Jesus, and he puts out his challenges. He releases his Netflix. And what does he challenge? The fundamental structural racism or evils of the world today. So there's a subtext here. There's a story that they put into it. And I predicted in my book, The Metascript, that based on his role in the Blackout Bowl of 2013, that based on that he would be offering a challenge to the world darkness at the age of 33, and that this is all scripted in advance. And I stand by this because it looks to me there's more to it. There's a couple other things. One, we just entered the age of Aquarius thing, whatever you think about these astrological ages or whatever. There is some significant timing. We just underwent this great reset. They hit the great reset button. Timed with the conjunction of Jupiter-Saturn. They called it the Bethlehem star because it was during the winter solstice. So Jupiter-Saturn together looks like a big bright star. they said it hadn't happened in 2,000 years. It's like, wait, 2,000 years? 2,000 years ago was Jesus. That's our calendar going to zero. That's the reset. So it kind of pointed at, wait, another reset? Are we entering a new age? And the last time we had a Jupiter-Saturn conjunction, it was actually 400 years ago, but it wasn't on Christmas. But this was when the first African slaves arrived via transatlantic slave trade, if you believe all that conventional history. So this corresponds to Kaepernick's advocacy for the 1619 Project, which is part of this revolution, which is we have to push our concept of when America started back. Not 1776, a bunch of rich landowners, but push it back to 1619, 400 years ago, the year of the last Great Conjunction. So the Great Conjunction ties into both the Big Reset, starting over at zero, and the 1619 Project, which is, again, part of CRT and this redefining of everything. And again, Nicholas Copernicus took the world out of the center of everything. Nicholas Copernicus, the name Nicholas, you get colon, Copernicus, Kaepernick. Colon Kaepernick and BLM, this revolution is to depose Western chauvinism from the center of the world. So there's a story here that's unfolding, if you ask me. You can read it at themetascript.com. All right, let me continue through my Minds feed and see what else. In the mornings, we will be live at Free Earth Radio and here on Mixlr. Again, I want to say thanks, everyone, especially those of you who pitched in on the computer. I bought a computer a month ago to replace the one that had crashed, and this one simply lacks a video card. And I'm going to be obtaining that here shortly, but I appreciate everyone and your patience, especially now as we're only video, but no big deal. We're back on 24/7, and I expect a lot of big things this year. We have a tabloid in development, and that is something that the world really needs right now. It needs a source of truth in print. If you ask me, the world needs a reliable print tabloid to cover fake world news accurately. And in fact, if you go to fakeworld.news, and I'll put a link in the chat for those of you on Mixlr, go to fakeworld.news. You can actually pre-order issue number 1, which will be shipped before the 13th of December. I'm actually going to order them on the 1st. I'll get them within 3 to 7 days, and I will have them right out. So we do have a tabloid, Fake World News, a digital and print tabloid, top shelf conspiratainment, mass media, deconstruction, breaking news, investigative journalism, and I'm also planning on releasing it on Kindle. So we're going to do everything we can to reach as many people as we can with this, because it's really going to be a platform for everything else that we do on this channel. All right, let me go through some comments here. Oh, look, by the way, I mentioned a few things predictive programming wise. So, for example, I brought up The Office, the episode 119 from 10 years prior to 3/11, about someone at the office wearing a mask and references to the flu. Well, check this out. 4 days ago now, South Park had a trailer for their Thanksgiving special. So we got a Thanksgiving special coming up, I guess tomorrow or the day after. Well, the promo has a bunch of people in the road getting run over by a red vehicle. Sound familiar? South Park, Family Guy, Simpsons, all of them contain predictive programming. Also, the individual that ran over the crowd, he's been ID'd already, released on cash bail. I believe he's a rapper, and he actually used the video in a rap video. He looks exactly like the black activist on the Illuminati playing card by Steven Jackson, the game. Okay, we talked about the melting down of Boris Johnson, who might be Matt Lucas in disguise. Malcolm X's daughter, Malika Shabazz, found dead in her New York City home just days after the two men or exonerated for her father's assassination. I broke the news that flat earther Antonio Superat's unconfirmed report, but that he is dead. We'll find out here very soon. He's mostly known for being the abuser of Behind the Curve star Patty Steer. Terrible story, but you can look it up. Commenter says, "Thank you, Tim. I'm sending you a card for Christmas. Is that address on that page still right?" More than likely it is. I appreciate that very much. And also, I want to say thanks to Echo Charlie. I'll be having breakfast at the Cracker Barrel tomorrow, thanks to a gift card that was sent my way. Everything really does help, because this is it's kind of a shoestring operation, because even though we have good numbers and our number of subscribers and listeners is always climbing, we're actually facing a lot of, I won't say censorship, but we do get 86 from every platform. We've been kicked off YouTube 100 plus times. I've sued YouTube, but it's because of what we do and because we refuse to compromise. I refuse to compromise on our analysis, the fruit of our collective research here, because some snowflake somewhere might melt if they hear it. It's like, if this offends you, go watch CNN. CNN offends me, but when I get offended by stuff, I laugh at it. Like, it's usually something to mock. I'm not that sensitive, but if you are, nobody's forcing you, to subject yourself. Like, if the world was sane, YouTube would have the system where if something offends you, you hit the flag button and it gets deleted from your account. You will never see anything like that. Like, you can self-censor, exclude yourself. But no, the snowflakes want the power to get rid of ideas that they find offensive. Like, why are the snowflakes so powerful? They shouldn't have any power in this thing. But anyway, that's one of the reasons why we've had to find other means to keep this channel going. And so the tabloid is probably the best thing that we've come up with yet. And not only that, but it's going to allow us to preserve content that would otherwise be censored or burned. And other things, there's going to be a lot of interactivity. So I'm going to be doing exclusive interviews with people, musicians, and in these interviews, we will have QR codes. So you'll be able to listen to the MP3 that's unlisted. So in other words, you can get paywalled podcasts by getting the print magazine. So I'm doing a lot to integrate it with the web. I think when you see the whole package and what we've done, you'll see it's way beyond just a standard tabloid. And I think it's filling a legitimate consumer need. I think there's a vacuum here that's been left behind for a few reasons, having to do with the economics of print media, but there's a new opportunity here, and there's a vacuum, and you'll see we're going to fill it. All right, let's see what else. Commenter says the red SUV was reported on Google before it happened. Yeah, I have to say this. It looks real, sounds real, seems real, but what doesn't? Movies all pass that same litmus test. So it's not enough to seem real or look real. The video is not evidence. There needs to be more. And can you fake a scene? Well, 9/11 was simply the insertion of a couple CGI clips of planes onto an actual demolition. And we don't even know how much of what you saw on TV was from the actual demolition, because handheld cameras show no planes. Witnesses on the scene that weren't brought to you by the news didn't see any planes. They saw bombs. But my point is, they can digitally insert an airplane into a scene, and now it's real. So it's not beyond the PSYOP entertainment complex whatsoever to fake a van, insert a scene, have some crisis actors going through a crowd. That's easy. So no, it doesn't pass. I can't just say it's fake. I mean, it's an extraordinary claim, but the timing of it, everything about it just seems kind of hoaxy, but we'll see. And since it is an extraordinary claim, and because it is timed with Rittenhouse's release and an event from 1 year prior, I'm in the camp of fake until proven real. And look, there was someone doing I think it was I'll have to get this video because it's this great piece, this really great breakdown of the Astroworld event, where this individual actually went through the different names of the victims, and he called around to all of the morgues or whatever, and he couldn't find evidence for any of these people actually having died. I'm like, okay, well, somehow they're skipping the morgues. How does that work? I guess they just go straight to Crisis Actor Island? Is that what it is? All right, everyone, this has been great. We're going to be live tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., 11 a.m. Mountain Time, possibly earlier. I'm working to replace the video card, so that will be up here very soon. We've got so many things going on this week, and I don't want to miss a thing. In fact, on the 25th, I have an interview with Seek the Truth 101, Rambo. So that should be interesting. So if you've liked any of the interviews we've had before, you won't want to miss this one. Get on the email list at infiniteplane.radio if you haven't. This is the Murder Hornets World War III. You know what? This is crazy. YouTube is so crazy. They're so protective of me. I have to thank them because they're making sure that I'm 18 in order to watch this video. And then I try to sign in, and they say that you've been banned from our platform. So no, actually, I can't even play the song I want to play. It's one of the most annoying things that I've had to deal with, though, is their digital book burning, which gets a pass. Like, where were all these free speech conservatives a couple years ago when the flat earthers were being shut down? Nowhere to be seen. Anyway, this is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells, Ed McMahon. This video is not censored.
Everybody know Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
And after this, I'll be briefly turning off the stream and turning it back on so I can catalog what we just recorded here.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had braces, only knew that it could save us all. What is real, I don't know, hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Ed McMahon. Shift us to the new timeline. Ed McMahon. Bring me a giant check when it's time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Crescent's acting Marlboro Man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I seen the Chinese come get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, feeding Bates and Smiley and a double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
People in South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, way over to the right, way over to the east. And, where I come from, I believe that's still where I come from. I believe this reality is heated flux. Absolutely. We're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on. Ed McMahon. Go ahead and leave the gas light on.
You are listening to Infinite Plane Radio. Stick around for live call-in shows. Stay for the music and recent replays. Join us at infiniteplane.live for 24/7 live chat with other listeners.
Okay, that's Revolution number 666 by Lucifer Tim. And if you're looking at the screen, it looks like our mascot penguin has a mouthful of Oreos all chewed up. But no, that's just a distortion in the image. I didn't do it, but I like it. Before we got cut off, we were talking about the meme pool that we're generating, and a meme pool being the sum total of all memes present in a given human population. I don't know why they have to be speciesist, but we have a collection of memes which are defined as transmittable units of cultural ideas, practices, and symbols. In other words, thought crimes. Ideas that can be shared without the need for mediation from one of Big Brother's middlemen. Idea managers filters. So we have a very dangerous meme pool, and the meme pool, the term, is analogous to gene pool. So in essence, it is the whole of the culture of a population. So what we're creating here with our think tank and what we have been creating is a meme pool. And so I'm working on consolidating all of our work under the umbrella of Infinite Plane Media. So we have a lot of music, a lot of audio, obviously, a lot of phone calls with valuable content from callers. Very interesting information comes from all over the place. And then, of course, we have our other productions, but I'm putting it all under one umbrella, including our reporters. And so all of the press pass carrying reporters will have access to this listing that we're going to do for all of our reporters, and we're also working on getting our print project going, and I'll have more details on that in the future. Let me go ahead and check out the chat. Zinvalis, Infinite Muse, Osher, obviously Sarah says, Feep Feep, glad to see everybody here. I'm not heavily promoting yet because I'm doing tech stuff. Like right now I'm wondering why the chat module isn't working. But the important thing is we're on a brand new system, new computer, enabled by our listeners. So we're very buoyant here. They can send a microburst EMP and shut down a computer, and within a week and a half we'll replace it. And I'm going to make up for lost time a little bit tonight, but probably mostly tomorrow, depending on how fast we can get through all of this. The title of tonight's live stream says it all. Kool-Aid, spelled with a Q, Kool-Aid overdose, dead Kennedys, Revolution 9, JFK, Manson, end of the world. That's what is on the table right now. So, first of all, Dallas, Texas today was swarmed by QAnoners high on hopium, convinced that JFK would show up, presumably on a wheelchair, being pushed by JFK Jr., and they would depose Kamala and Biden, Trump taking the lead, JFK Jr. becoming his vice president. That's what they were expecting today. And finally, this has made mainstream news. We've been talking about this really since it started, and I've spoken to various authors on the subject of QAnon, and they all really seemed incapable of recognizing the significance of this notion that they're actually gathering around in the hopes that JFK and his father would show up, and that, moreover, that they are, in their words, the bloodline of Jesus. So they're suggesting that, yes, we're looking at the second coming. So JFK Jr. was supposed to appear in Dealey Plaza today. Hasn't happened yet, but then they kind of pushed the goalpost back a little bit. And what they pushed it back into is, well, he's going to show up at the, I think they said, a Rolling Stones concert. And one even broke it down and they said the Rolling Stones are going to be helping to present it, or the stage will be seized. So that could be happening as we speak. The apocalypse could be now, and we could be missing it. But they said the meaning of it is that the stone rolling from the tomb of Christ is going to be kind of told or used in this story, the Rolling Stones, as they unveil all these death fakers, these dead Democrats coming to save the day. So not dead, 104-year-old JFK to return to the scene of his death today. This is from RollingStone.com. Speaking of Rolling Stones, though the Kennedy scion failed to appear at Dealey Plaza, some are hopeful he will appear at a Rolling Stones concert later. Now, they have identified one individual as possibly JFK in disguise, a laughable disguise, but the guy was too short, too skinny. It wasn't him. But it looked like John Denver, aged appropriately. And there is some substance to that theory, but it says, Dallas, Texas QAnon believers gather Tuesday morning on the anticipation of the return of Camelot. Now, this is very important, because Camelot, the killing of the king, is the ritual structure of JFK's death. If you look at the ritual underpinnings, killing of the Sun King, 33rd parallel, there's all kinds of stuff pointing to that being the ritual, and that's very significant when you're talking about this supposed bloodline of Christ. Now it says the John F. Kennedy Jr., the lush-haired former George publisher who was killed in a plane crash 22 years ago. Now the number 22, in fact the hashtag 22forever, is trending right now. And it's trending because John McAfee is messing with our browser from the grave. Some football player, Utah, died of, I think he was shot, I'm not sure if it was by a 22, but they retired that jersey number. Okay, we're back here. So the crowds met and lined up around the white X that marks the spot where John F. Kennedy was assassinated in '63. They wore Tiffany blue, a color associated with the Kennedy clan, and shirts that read, Trump JFK Jr. 2020. 2020. See, they've been touting this theory for some time, but the MSM has ignored it until today. That John F. Kennedy Jr. is set to return is a belief set forth by proponents of the QAnon conspiracy theory that postulates Donald Trump is lying in wait to destroy a secret cabal of blood-drinking, child sex trafficking members of the liberal elite, who make a lot of bad movies, by the way. They're talking about people like Tom Cruise. I'm sorry, Tom Hanks. Is Tom Cruise one of them? Tom Hanks is one of the head baby eaters, according to this theory. And speaking of baby eaters, on the 28th, it was Bill Gates' birthday. Happens to be the anniversary date of the date that Elvis Presley took the pokey on TV, getting the first vaxie, which is a selfie while getting vaxxed. But on that date, Bill Gates was having sushi and pizza with Jeff Bezos. So Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates eating pizza, that's very alarming because they're both suspected pizza gators. Bill Gates is a visitor of Epstein Island, BFFs with Epstein. The reason why Kevin Kline broke up with them, I mean, the reason why Melania, or is it Melinda, dumped Gates is over this Epstein Island thing. So the Bill Gates connection there to Epstein is undeniable. I don't know if Bezos is, but I've heard that Richard Branson is like a higher level version of Jeffrey Epstein, that he serves the royalty, which wouldn't surprise me. It's clearly a sex cult disguised as some kind of space travel entrepreneurialism. So anyway, Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos eating pizza. Like, we all know what that means. And I was just watching on Netflix Inside Job episode 6, which is a TV show that makes fun of conspiracy theorists. And episode 6 is about flat earthers hijacking a cruise ship and holding Jeff Bezos at gunpoint. And of all things, because they're trying to get to the edge of the world. And of all things, Jeff Bezos gets killed by a kraken. So the symbolism here with the kraken, we've talked about this at length, but it's always been associated with Seattle, like the NHL team, Seattle Kraken. Bill Gates is associated with Seattle. The Space Needle is right there in Seattle, and you got Bill Gates's depopulation headquarters there. And, you know, by the way, the Space Needle, it's in Washington, state number 42. It's 42 meters across. It takes 42 seconds to ride the elevator. That thing is so encoded with the number 42, which 100% is connected with the way that the number 42 is encoded into everything related to SpaceX. And when you get into it, and I don't want to go too deep into it now, but we will at some point have to make a point to deconstruct the iconography of these various space agencies, the space papacy. The guys with the keys to heaven, although the heaven today is, of course, space. But even the X, letter number 24, you find 24, 42. These numbers tell a story in and of themselves. In fact, the number 42 is how the elite have slyly inserted Saturn into your faces. It symbolizes their, I don't know if you want to call it a god, but whatever they worship. It's symbolized by a few basic things, and the connotation is they're worshiping, I think, the cycles of life and death, the earth god, Osiris. St. Joe says, reporters, where is the info? Well, we first rolled out the press passes back when we found out that the hospitals were all empty, the tents were empty, and we were looking at a decoy operation similar to what we saw in World War II with inflatable tanks. Only it was empty tents. To make people, and empty tents, empty trailers that were supposedly full of bodies. They said the hospitals are overflowing. They're so packed with patients. The ICUs are packed. They don't have enough nurses, not enough PPE. Yet you have nurses upstairs doing dance routines in full protective posture, wasting all that stuff. And you don't see anything but empty hallways. But we're told the hospitals are so full that patients are practically falling out the windows. Not true. That they're turning Central Park into a mass grave. Not true. But that's the type of reporting that we were initially getting started with. But we also had a lot of riot coverage. We had someone front row seats at people getting run over. We had one at a shooting. One of our reporters got batoned, maced, and something else happened to him. I think they broke his phone. Which is why you should live stream. I mean, you can record it, but they can break your camera. If you're live streaming, it's out there. If you want to go up against the mobs. All right, so we were talking about Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos having pizza. Let's get back on track here. Okay, yeah, QAnoners are right now, as we speak, hanging out in Dallas thinking that JFK Jr. is going to come back. And they say this, that Trump's going to be reinstated as the 19th president. And this is because everything from 1871 on is unconstitutional and fake, which is very contradictory. But it says here, This fantasy concludes by claiming that Trump will become one of 7 new kings, and most likely the King of Kings, from Revelations 17. A lot of revelations here. That's why I gave a title for this live stream. Kool-Aid Overdose, Dead Kennedys, Revolution 9, JFK, Manson, and the End of the World. It's all really coming together here. So we're going back to this idea of revelations being manifested, and I said this when QAnon started. I said this thing is based on revelations, that this thing is based on seals being opened and a great awakening. Like in the Bible, they open the seals. Well, here it's the sealed indictments that show you the bad guys so they can be judged. And at Revelations, the bad guys get destroyed and the good guys get raptured. Well, in this story, the Guardians, the Space Force, are going to rapture the good guys, and the bad guys, the deep state, will be purged. So it's not even a happy ending, because if they get their way, if JFK Jr. comes back with his head wound, all the Democrats are going to basically be executed. That's how it looks. All the deep staters, all the pro, I would say, world government types would be on that list. So it's not, I mean, it's revelations, but it's a destruction. It's another reset. So it's like choose one reset or the other. It's just another reset story. I'm not sure if I believe it. Does anyone here believe it? But it goes further. It is 100% based on revelations, and they have this quirky interpretation of JFK. They said that he was shot in the head because he was Christ, and that Christ is supposed to come back, survive a head wound, and this will shock the world. Well, the thing is, that's the Antichrist in Revelations 13:3. So JFK is the Antichrist. However, they say that the deep state changed the Bibles. So there you go. JFK was Christ, and he's going to come back with his head wound and show the world that he's still alive and he has the real information. And this is all interesting considering how Biden was just blocking the release of certain documents relating to the JFK assassination that they said they had to block as a matter of national security. So it does get kind of weird here. But the other thing is, all of the QAnoners chant this thing, the best is yet to come. And in recent months, I've heard that it's code for the beast is yet to come, and the beast is JFK. So whenever Trump has said or tweeted or hashtagged the best is yet to come, TBIYTC, it's the beast is yet to come. So they're waiting for the beast. The people who are afraid of the mark of the beast are waiting for the beast so they can worship him. Probably for 1,000 years. How does this fairy tale go again? How does that fantasy go? It seems like a script, and it is a script. All right, I'm going through some comments. If you have anything, I will go ahead and read it. Jay Roberts says, yay, missed you, Tim. Yeah, we were, like I said, we were micro EMP'd. They shot one of our computers. But in the meantime, we have developed in other areas. We've been working on a lot of things. In fact, now if you, and I'll put this in the newsletter, we're on Twitter Spaces, which is basically live streaming on Twitter. So that's another avenue for interviewing people. And I have a couple of interviews lined up. I've got a couple of interesting people you've probably heard of, but we'll get into that later. Let's stay focused here. So it says the rebirth of JFK Jr. is a popular cornerstone of the QAnon conspiracy theory. It postulates that JFK Jr. has been hiding for years and will reveal himself as a running mate for the 2024 election. So again, this is all interesting, and I mentioned Vincent Fuchsia, the guy that they think was JFK in disguise. Well, the funny thing is, and here's how I came across this, because this guy Vincent Fuchsia, well, he looks nothing like JFK. Nothing at all. Like, it's laughable. However, a lot of people are convinced that JFK has been among them, so they think this is the guy. So he'd be the guy on the right with a completely different face. So it could be a mask, one of those Groucho Marx masks with the glasses and the mustache. But my point is, it's obviously not him. But on 7/16/2021, the 22nd anniversary of JFK Jr.'s crash, his plane crash with Carolyn Bessette, on that anniversary date, Sean Hannity went to a break and he said, I want to give a little shout out to a friend who died 22 years ago in a plane, or no, died a few decades ago in a plane crash. And so I thought he was referencing the anniversary of JFK Jr. But then he plays a John Denver song, and he says it's for John Denver. Well, John Denver is believed by QAnoners to be a death faker who's going to come back. So look at Vincent Fuchsia, and then you look at John Denver. And I'm not just shooting from the hip here. I put the images together in Photoshop, same smile, aged appropriately. I think this Vincent Fuchsia guy that they think is JFK Jr. is John Denver. But anyway, there's more to this story. There's a very fascinating little thread here if you follow the Kubrick connection. This theory that Stanley Kubrick encoded into Eyes Wide Shut the persona of JFK Jr. into the character played by Tom Cruise. And it's given away in a number of ways. I mean, a number of scenes, little hints here and there. So it could be a subtle subtext. But interestingly enough, Eyes Wide Shut is followed by another Cruise film, different director, Cameron Crowe, Open Your Eyes, but is actually released as Vanilla Sky. Eyes Wide Shut, Open Your Eyes. And if you follow that version of it, that thread, there's actually a not so subtle subtext suggesting that David Ames, played by Tom Cruise in Vanilla Sky, is based on JFK Jr. wearing a disguise, planning his reemergence to seize back his company that was seized after his father's demise. It has a very compelling continuing subtext here suggesting that there is a story here. And my point is this. You can dismiss QAnon, you can laugh it off as a bunch of kooky people high on hopium, which is all true. However, this story of JFK is actually written into the predictive programming, including the story of his reemergence, just as the predictive programming hinted at the towers coming down, or 2020 being the end of the world. So this is part of the world stage madness. I mean, I didn't write it. It's out there. What it means, who's behind, I mean, I don't know exactly where this thing ends. I don't think a zombie president's going to come back right now, but... And something else I want to bring out. General Flynn is considered to be the primary military leader of QAnon, and his brother is still in the military. I believe he's in charge of the Pacific Fleet or something. General Flynn has been promoting a doomsday cult. In other words, the Church Universal Triumphant. Very fascinating story, because the Church Universal Triumphant was a doomsday cult that believed that they were channeling the Archangel Michael, and that they were given messages that China and Russia were going to nuke America. So this doomsday cult went into a bunker. Everybody sold their stuff. They go into a bunker and they chant and they pray away the nukes. That's why it never happened, apparently. Well, anyway, this group of angel challengers had a very specific prayer. The verbiage is very specific. And so, funnily enough, General Flynn has been getting his QAnon followers to actually use these prayers from the Church Universal Triumphant, which is a bona fide one of the most successful doomsday cults of all time. So if you think that this QAnon thing is going to go away, no, they haven't even moved into their bunkers yet. Windy City Blue says, please, please, please increase your volume. We shouldn't have to have our device volume all the way up here, please. I appreciate it. I basically just started using this new computer today. That's why I didn't promote this live stream. I wanted to make sure that everything was working just fine. And so this is actually more of a sound test than anything. So I'll work on that before I turn on the 24/7 stream. You know, I might even have to download some software. Zach Hubturd says, didn't Nostradamus predict JFK Jr.'s return in one of his prophecies? It was prophesied in the Ingersoll Lockwood book, the series of books, which, by the way, start on November the 3rd, on a Tuesday after a contested election with the commies running amok, looting and rioting. Time travel, Trumps, all kinds of stuff in this book from supposedly written 19th century. Now, Linda Curtis says, my volume's fine, not even halfway up. I want to point this out. If you go to darkmatter.radio, which is where I have my store, we're putting all of our content there. We have Bluetooth speakers with a 33-foot radius, and it has the Infinite Plane Radio logo on it. Just made them available, so if you want a Bluetooth speaker and you're in the chat, I can't recommend these enough. It's waterproof as well, so if you're trying to climb an ice wall, you'll still be able to listen to Infinite Plane Society until you make it there. So this is a Blackwater Bluetooth outdoor speaker, IPX6 certified waterproof. It's compact, 33-foot, 2 hours of music at max range, built-in mic and music control. So it has a built-in mic, so you can talk to Siri. If you get lonely, just sync it up with your iPhone, put it on your keychain, take it in your car if you have a crappy car stereo. Again, I put a link there in the chat. And I was trying to, look, this is, well, I'm not even going to get into that yet, but I'm surprised I was able to find a supplier this fast and this easily, because I'd been searching for a long time. And as you can see, we have a version. This is a modified version of the NPR logo, because NPR is kind of the antithesis of what we are. That's government propaganda, mind control radio, and we're the ones that undo all that. Thirst for Truth has joined us. Good. Oh, by the way, Kyle Rittenhouse is in the news today because of that trial, and the FBI, surprise, surprise, was sitting on some drone footage that probably will end up exonerating him, so you can look forward to some riots. Okay, anyway, let me go on here. So JFK Jr. has been in disguise for 22 years, and he's going to come back, and they're going to fight the deep state. That's the story. So here we have just a quick video clip of QAnoners waiting for JFK to come back 58 years after that grisly head wound.
It is almost 12:29. Any minute now.
Now again, if this sounds strange or crazy, again, remember, one of their main leaders, General Flynn, is a high-level church universal triumphant mind control master. I mean, he just appropriated their cult. And this is where you get the idea of the deep state. Because the deep state consists of the black hats and the white hats, good versus evil behind the scenes. And in the paradigm that the cult universal triumphant brings out, their whole thing is there's a war in heaven. There's a spiritual battle. And you got to pray for the archangels, the white hats, the great white brotherhood, they call it, to fight the other side. So white hats, white brotherhood, they repurposed a doomsday cult and sold it to the Trumpers. That's what I'm suggesting here. And they called it, I mean, you could just call it the Church Universal Trump. At this point, when they're saying that Trump is the King of Kings from Revelation 17, and there's a whole lot of Kabbalah and numerology and New Ageism and gematria mixed in with the QAnoners, which is also very interesting. So check this out. It says, the Gematria General says, God communicates in numbers and Trump does too. We are the storm. We're the ones the devil tries to take down 1,000 years from now. We're going from 3D to 5D. Now, I've heard about this 5D, which is like their version of 5G. I'm not sure what it means, but apparently a lot of suppressed technology is going to be released or something during the Great Awakening, after they've killed off the bad guys. It says, the expectation among the attendees that JFK Jr. would reveal himself along with his father, JFK Sr., to great fanfare. So you thought this was fringe, and they've tried to minimalize it. And I've been bringing this up. I said, no, JFK is cute. We got a 104-year-old agent, or whatever. What are you going to call this? I mean, he's kind of rogue. I don't understand exactly where he was the whole time, but it says, JFK is going to be here, says a woman named Ginny from Nebraska. We're expecting a parade. She went on to describe her belief that many dead celebrities are alive, part of this plan. And there's going to be a big reveal tonight, and that's now. So revelations, like I said, might be happening right now. If you're in Dallas, you might want to get down to the Cotton Bowl Stadium because you might see Elvis, Michael Jackson, Diana, John Denver, JFK Jr., JFK, oh, Jim Morrison. Rush Limbaugh, Death Faker, was Jim Morrison, Death Faker. So Limbaugh's going to come back with his previous incarnation, I believe, according to this theory. Maybe he'll sing This Is the End. You know, there was a Rush to Excellence tour that Rush Limbaugh did in his early days as a broadcaster with the, was it EIB or whatever? And he sang at one of these events, and it sounded like Morrison. You can actually find a clip of him kind of like off the air singing a Morrison song. All right, going through some comments. St. Joe says Elvis is Pastor Bob Joyce. Oh, that's weak sauce. Bob Joyce would like people to think so. Elvis is more likely Trump. Now, there is this theory that Elvis is intimately tied in with the devil and the devil's plan to mark everybody. That Elvis is somehow like the salesman, which is why on October the 28th, which is Bill Gates' birthday, which is why he got the vaccine on that day, the televised vaccination. October 28th, the birth date of that devil in a pink sweater, Bill Gates. Hanging out with Jeff Bezos, what is that about? Is Bill Gates going to go to space? Okay, let's go on. It says here, and this is Rolling Stone's magazine. Penny told Rolling Stone, "We're expecting to see JFK sometime today. Some mentioned that maybe 1229, noting that he was shot at that time 58 years before, but maybe they forgot, this is funny, that he was shot on the 22nd. Yeah, good point. Heavy rain started pouring down. They started reciting the Pledge of Allegiance at 1229. So at 1229, 20 days before the anniversary. So they got part of it right, but they got the day wrong. Like you miss your anniversary, but you got married at 3. So a few days later, you give your wife flowers at 3. No, it doesn't cut it. So heavy rain started pouring down. They just pledged allegiance. Okay, well, we'll find out more. In fact, I followed a live stream. Alex Stein was there in the thick of it. Maybe I can get him to discuss. Again, if you missed it, QAnon supporters gathered in Texas thinking that JFK is going to return. This is on Forbes, it's on Rolling Stone, so it's definitely out there. Going through some comments, see if I've missed anything. Jordan says Elvis is Lucifer. Right. Yeah, we could totally go down that rabbit trail. Look, it's undeniable. And it's all given away in the birth dates. That's why I mentioned Bill Gates' birthday. These birth dates are significant. They tell a story because we're dealing with an astrotheological cult, a cult of time control, Saturn, Chronos, time restriction. It's all about, this cult is all about the precise timing of things. And I can prove this. This is how we know it's not conspiracy theory. You get down to these patterns, which many of you are already familiar with. It's noteworthy that we're about to hit the 3rd of November. 11/3 is the anniversary of the One World Trade Tower being opened. That 1,776-foot tall tower that replaced the Twin Towers. Part of this 2 into 1 ritual, all encoded into 2001 Space Odyssey and the monolith, the one tower. But all right, a few other things. Marilyn Manson, Justin Bieber, and Kanye West. Did you all see them? I'm not sure if this is some kind of continuation of the ritual at Donda. I don't know the significance specifically of Justin Bieber in this either. But I'm going to play a short clip here. This is Justin Bieber, Marilyn Manson, and Ye.
In ancient times, hundreds of years before the dawn of history, with an ancient race of people. The Druids.
Druids. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm pretty sure that's overdub, but I'm not sure. I just binge watched half of Squid Games, so I'm not really noticing if there's bad voice syncing. Have you ever watched that Squid Games? They're normalizing, I think, mass murder as entertainment. All right, let us continue here. Going through comments. Pippi Langstriff says Paper Towel Club. Yeah, Manson, Kanye, and Beaver look like they're wrapped in paper towels. Speaking of Beaver, check this out. This is The Weeknd, who many believe is Justin Bieber in a mask. Well, here's The Weeknd in a mask, Don Corleone, the Godfather, and it looks just like him. And I'm just showing you that, look, nobody has a better disguise department than The Weeknd. He's come out as Beetlejuice, the Joker, he has prosthetics, and I'm thinking it's a disguise within a disguise. And even looking at the hands, I'm really thinking, I don't know. I'm really on the theory that The Weeknd is Justin Bieber's weekend job. And you know what also gives it away? Bella Hadid, ex-girlfriend of The Weeknd, is a spitting image of Bieber's wife. And once she was blasted for wearing darkening skin oil. They accused her of blackface, essentially. And I think, what was Justin Bieber's soon-to-be wife doing with a bottle of some kind of darkening suntan lotion? That's kind of interesting. Jordan says, those are Bieber's hands. I think so, too. St. Joe says, the clock in the sky from the Creator is the one Kronos doesn't want you to learn about. Sun, moon, stars for the days. Yes. It's all on there. Windy City Blue says, why aren't you on TuneIn? We are still in the process of rebuilding. I had to replace the computer, and I'm still waiting for a few other things, other components, but I should be back on. And we have a lot of listeners on TuneIn, even more on Mixler. And I'll make sure that I blast out a newsletter that shows you the permanent links, because I'm creating here something stable, so even if we get nuked again, it won't make a difference. Infiniteplane.radio, darkmatter.radio. And what I'm going to do is smoothly integrate the video, because we want to maintain the 24/7 video stream. We want to maintain the 24/7 video because of the chat and because of the conversations that happen all the time. It's always enlightening, and I go through the chats all the time. I screen cap, and we go through this information. Now, about this Weeknd thing, look at the last Super Bowl. The Weeknd did the performance where he was surrounded by many versions of himself, all wrapped up like they just had cosmetic surgery. And his whole theme has been about masks this entire time, which is weird. It has nothing to do with his music, which is sex pop. So what is all this weirdness with the masks and the grisly murder and the bizarre, gruesome graphics? Makes no sense. So I've been looking at this character, The Weeknd, and that's been a recurring theme also with Justin Bieber. So remember The Weeknd running through the Hall of Mirrors with 50 versions of himself? You can find similar scenes with the Beaver, with many versions of himself. So Super Recognizer, who's really good in this, he's done a lot of work in the field of examining deepfakes, people portraying other roles, people who've basically changed their entire lives, but they're still in your face, but you can't quite put your finger on it. And he did his homework. And he said, well, there are some scheduled conflicts where Bieber and The Weeknd were having concurrent concerts, which is impossible. Two people, two different places, no way. One person couldn't be in both places. However, if this is true, then it could easily just be explained by lip syncing and masks. Now, let me bring this up because somebody in the comment questioned my use of the term sex pop. I didn't make that up. I want to show you something because this is very much reinforcing what we're talking about. Weeknd, I believe it was in GQ. Okay, keep this in mind. He's a singer. Okay, The Weeknd is the king of sex pop, GQ, January 12th, 2017. This article tells it all. First of all, the image, you see the reflection, you see the mirror. the duality. It's already encoded. The way his hands are done here on the right, on the left, quite obviously Baphomet goat. And look, look at the hands. Look at the flesh tone. One is significantly darker. So they're going with dark and light. And so you have Justin Bieber going to the family life, praying, converting to Christianity, even praying with Church of Satan priest Marilyn Manson. That's, he really believes that he can, he's taking up his own cross. He's very much a Christian in every way. And then you have The Weeknd, who is on a downward spiral with drugs, driving drunk in one of his videos, out of control. His lyrics are all about just using people, I think. So there's the path of virtue, the path of vice. I think it's a story. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if The Weeknd is like a cautionary tale or something. They could kill him off. But anyway, says The Weeknd, king of sex pop, dated a Hadid, pioneered a hairstyle, pulled out the biggest album on the planet, and yet he's remained a cipher. Here's something weird about him. The Weeknd didn't want anyone to know what he was. When people became aware of him in 2011 after he released 3 mixtapes, nobody knew what he looked like or his name. They didn't know if he was a person or a group. So up until 2011, nobody knew if this was even a person. His arms have never been seen. I mean, he didn't show his arms in public on a stage at any point. He's always covered, always wearing gloves. It says here, all you had was a eunuchy voice trained in the sacred arts of Michael Jacksonism, disembodied from any human that possesses it. Another thing, his name is Abel. So if you're talking about duality, Cain and Abel, and this is why also, if you look at The Weeknd's various, I guess you call it performance art, when he did the awards ceremony, he had a head wound. Like, he came out with this costume head wound, which is kind of a weird thing. Like, you're going to go out to an award ceremony with a fake wound on your head. Why is The Weeknd's face in bandages at the 2020 AMA? His, quote, wounds seem to grow with every appearance. The Weeknd's bandaged face becomes a meme. So think Cain and Abel. What was it exactly that killed Abel? Well, Cain whacked him on the head with a rock. So here you've got The Weeknd, of course. And something else about The Weeknd. What is The Weeknd? Saturday, Sunday. Saturn, sun. Darkness and light is the polarity. And here you have The Weeknd by a glowing cube in red and black. Red and black are the colors of Saturn if you go into the Kabbalistic magic. And then he has the head wound. So I think there's a subtext here. And J and B, Justin Bieber, JB, Jeff Bezos, Joker, Batman, that's the duality of the Masonic pillars, also black and white. So it's not something offensive like he's doing transracial or blackface or anything like that, or even appropriating an area of culture as, this Disney creation wearing a mask. I think it's more about this ritualistic theater between Boaz and Jacob, the 2 twin pillars, the duality, Cain and Abel. There's some kind of story being told here. And yes, it's his weekend job. Going through comments, Milli Vanilli style, someone says, yeah, they could be Milli Vanilla-ing this thing all over the place. Jenna says, save your tears for another day. I saw a very good breakdown of the video for Save Your Tears, which has all kinds of Kubrick connections, as in Eyes Wide Shut, the masks, and he's going around. I mean, the video is atrocious, but it seems to borrow elements from the movie The Purge, which I think takes place in 2023 or something. So one video breakdown I saw, and if I can find the content creator, I'll put it in the show notes, suggested that Save Your Tears was about how 2020 was just the beginning, that the real killing starts later. And that the masks are a part of this whole thing. Some kind of a coming purge is being insinuated with this. And his song Blinding Lights has a lot of relevance to the 2020, the corona, the lockdowns. In fact, even before the lockdowns, he did a video that pretty much depicted a locked down Las Vegas. And he did this kind of a Joker-like routine. All very significant, prescient. That song was featured by the dancing nurses of the empty hospitals. It was the Blinding Lights Challenge. And I think the blinding lights is a reference to the lights of the emergency responders or the police in the video who pull them over. The blue and red, the purple, Phoenician, the reset color, because it's all about the phoenix, the burning down to build back better. Zinvala says, poor Beaver has to work weekends just to get by. Yeah, it's not just him. Like I said, you got to look at the girlfriends, the spouses, the parents, the siblings. JonBenet Ramsey, her parents didn't bother to change very much. Mom looks the same, dad's hip with the earrings, but Kate Perry's the only one. You look at Kate Perry and JonBenet. That's pretty close. But she's the only one that's changed. They haven't. Now, I'm looking forward to Jim Morrison showing up at the Rolling Stones concert tonight. Okay, I'm going through some comments. Now, this looks problematic. This was posted by Donnie of the Dead. The astronaut Shane Kimbrough may have to get canceled. They may have to throw this guy out into the nearest wormhole. He tweeted this: "Congratulations to my hometown Atlanta Braves from space, World Series champions, Braves." I mean, the other day Trump was out there with Melania doing the tomahawk chop, which has been already branded as racist by the PC media. So the tomahawk, I'm wondering if that's a cancelable offense. Yeah, Trump was at an MLB game with Melania. It could have been a double. Salty says Beaver's wife is Alec Baldwin's niece. Oh, crisis actor Alec Baldwin, who didn't kill anybody. I mean, he says it was an accident. It was just an accident. It wasn't his fault or whatever. They're trying to rebrand this thing as an accident, make it about guns. Guns kill people. Alec Baldwin doesn't kill people, but by every indication, the thing is a big hoax. Daniel says Fauci is CC DeVille, guitarist of Poison. Now, I've heard that Fauci means sickle, and it got me thinking about, hammer and sickle, communism. Okay, I'm taking a look here at CC DeVille of Poison, one of these glam rockers, and you're suggesting, look, I'm open to the possibility that all of these deep staters are all the same shallow gene pool. And I do see that, yes, this guy looks very Fauci-esque if Fauci was in a wig with eyeliner. But I think a closer match for Fauci is Ellen DeGeneres. If Ellen DeGeneres had just a little bit of age added, and the glasses, she actually looks very close to Fauci. Posture, ears. In fact, I'm close to even calling this one. So I'm just going to put a couple images of Fauci and a comparable expression with Ellen DeGeneres. So if you're watching on the screen now, you will see Ellen DeGeneres. I apologize. It's the visual equivalent of fingernails on a chalkboard. But this is research. We have to go here. This is Fauci. Now tell me it's not the same exact face. They're both mousy in the same way, but no, it's the same face, same nose. Proportions, the skull. I think it would be easy for Fauci to be a character portrayed by that media personality. And why would they do this? It's part of the game, part of the polarization, they know that the people who relate to Ellen will transfer that to this guy. They'll transfer the trust, the love. They've cried with Ellen. There's a bond. So I think they're hijacking a pre-existing bond by having this person come in a different persona, but it's the same person in all of the essential ways that you may notice in the meta communication, but it may not be obvious. You may not consciously recognize it. So it could be. If you think about it, the people who don't like Ellen don't like Fauci. St. Joe says that's Ellen without the adrenochrome. Right, she misses a couple doses. This is a fascinating one. Elvis Clinton says, Elliot Page was born a male, forced to be female for Hollywood. Double meaning in the Oprah interview. Okay. So many layers to this onion when you go down that route. And I've gone down that trail and I followed it to its logical conclusions, and it gets pretty crazy if you really get into the, like, we're talking about Revelations. Is Trump Revelation 17, King of Kings? Or is he, well, what's the one, and I'm not big on Revelations being a prediction about the future. I think that's a repurposing of it. But when the Whore of Babylon makes her appearance, Revelation 17. Okay, here we go. So, first of all, Maga means female magus, like a witch. So Maga is also, got witch, and then you have Make America Great Again. So Make America Great. America, if you look at America in this context as being Babylon, New York being described as Babylon in the architecture of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, not a new concept. So let's just say America is Babylon. So make Babylon great again. Well, he comes out in a scarlet hat. So across his forehead it says, Make America great again. Make Babylon great again. And it's also scarlet. So it says here, the woman arrayed in scarlet, and upon her forehead was written, Mystery Babylon the Great. So how else would you have it written on your forehead but on a hat? It makes perfect sense. So I was looking into the etymology of the word mystery, and it does seem to have a relation to creation, as does the word make. And so make, mystery, Babylon, America. Yeah, you could say that Trump does fit the description of Revelation 17. He's the great whore of Babylon. But then he's a male, he's a man, so that doesn't make sense. Unless you take MAGA literally, and this is what I said, I've been down these rabbit trails all the way, and there are people who think that Trump is indeed a MAGA, some big woman, evil witch, totally deceiving the entire world. I mean, it's insane. But I didn't write the Bible, it's there. Jay Roberts says, Ellen DeGeneres and Fauci have the same eyebrows. Have you seen them in the same room at the same time? I haven't. Salty says, Make America Greta. Okay, here's a couple of things with Greta. I've been saying that Greta could quite possibly be the animatronic avatar of Al Gore. But let's say she's not. Let's say she's really this authentic person and not an actress. Just the symbolism here. She came out with her head covered in goo. And I'm sure you all saw that cover of The Guardian. A few things we could point at here. But the main thing here is, like every other picture of Greta Thunberg, she has one eye covered. The symbolism of one eye covered is a reference to the god Horus. So if you get into the occult, the New Age, Aleister Crowleyism, Thelema, they said that when it comes time for the New Age, they're going to achieve this, what they call the great work. In fact, Aleister Crowley's channeled book, that's the basis of their cult, the Bible of Thelema, it's basically called the Book of the Law, the Great Work. They constantly use that phrase. So the Great Work refers to the initiates changing the world and making it, or inaugurating the New Age. And they said that the New Age would be heralded, would be announced by an incarnation of the god Horus, who would appear as an angry young androgen child who would denounce the old age and the old traditions and inaugurate the new, and the world would be bathed in blood, and then we can start over. Great reset. The initiates take over, live as gods among sheep. And it does foretell a return to slavery for the uninitiated. So it's not exactly a paradise. But anyway, here you have Greta Thunberg. It says, "The time is now, Greta Thunberg and the power of hope." And if you look at her role, she's denouncing civilization, Western chauvinism, sure, but the idea that freedom is inconsistent with sustainability. So she actually does advocate slavery. She does advocate the theft of private property, taxation of private enterprise, lockdowns, a civilization of stasis. And in many ways, you could say that Greta does fit, and they've made her this way, in the way she's been represented to the world, going to the UN, communicating these ideas. You could say she is what Crowley called the crowned and conquering child. That's the representative for the New Age. And so the crown, I think, is a reference to Corona. The novel Corona, the new crown. They're crowning this spoiled brat, or at least what the spoiled brat represents. And this is the model for the future. So yes, Greta Thunberg might be the Antichrist. All right, going through comments here. St. Joe says, "The black goo stuff is real. I've seen it. It's alive." Yeah, that's another component to this whole story here. The black goo aspect. Okay, this is something I wanted to bring up. Again, I mentioned this, and I found this link at johnlebon.com. So ours isn't the only think tank coming across cutting-edge information. This is big. Lauren Coronado has also covered the Thousand Oaks shooting and the fake shooting at the Regis Theater in Corona. And that's just another indicator. If a reporter reports on a psyop and another psyop and another psyop, chances are they're an insider and they're part of the production crew. That's why you always hear these reporters coaching the crisis actors. Here's a quick meme. Michael Bloomberg has 6 planes, 3 helicopters, 11 houses, and 42 cars. And he thinks you should use public transportation to save the environment. You see how this works? You sacrifice. They have been promulgating this idea that private property, your carbon footprint, that you're all just the way you live. You're going to trigger the wrath of God, a flood. They've made this a point for some time, and it's like, well, this is just the selling of indulgences, apparently, because if you're rich, you can get away with anything. Okay, here's a video. Greta has joined the Black Goo Club. I'm going to play a clip.
Greta Thunberg turned up in The Guardian yesterday, and it looks like she has joined the Black Goo Club. And it's also another instalment of the Peekaboo Club, the one-eye symbolism.
So she's in the Peekaboo Club and the Black Goo Club. Now, this video is an excellent breakdown of major examples of this black goo being used in movies, and it always has connotations of, well, regeneration, among other things. And he's also honed in on this. Every image of Greta covering one eye. The one-eye symbolism, which, of course, again, is a reference to Horus. And then if you look at her parents, look at a family photo, you can kind of tell you're dealing with hardcore environmentalists going back a long time. People in the theater and the arts. So this is not just some random kid who got in a rowboat, ditched school, went to the UN, and complained to her elders. And by the way, she's known for her braid. That was one of the first things, the braid. Well, Elsa in Disney's Frozen is admittedly based on Greta Thunberg. So that's how deep the indoctrination goes. I'm going to play another 30 seconds.
The last, 10 years, loads of images of black goo. We've seen it coming out of celebrities, pop stars. We've seen it in movies. There's been a lot of it. Black liquid, black goo. A lot of the time coming out of their face, coming out of their eyes, out of their nose. Lady Gaga, perfume advert. Billie Eilish in that video where the black goo's coming out of her eyes constantly. We've got Madonna, same image, same symbology.
Now, what is this? And again, this has been conflated with the vaccine because the people who take the vax are described as goo bloods by the unvaccinated. This is an excellent breakdown of the topic. It is what it is. We're just analyzing the media. We're not making stuff up or connecting dots. This is there to be figured out. I'll put a link to this at fakeworld.news like I do everything else, so you can watch that video in its entirety. It's about 9 minutes long. I highly recommend it. I also have a link posted there to the new Chief Crow video, which I'll play here shortly. All right, we already said happy birthday. Oh, this is it. Yes, Lean Dion actually hinted at this, and I watched it tonight. Bezos gets eaten by a kraken after he hides when a bunch of flat earthers hijack the luxury yacht. So you got flat earth terrorists pointing at Jeff Bezos, and he gets killed by a kraken. All in Netflix. Flat earthers with guns. That kind of tells you something. They're heading somewhere with that one, I think. They're building up a narrative. All right, I'm going through comments. Let's see. McToon. I got some flat earth drama to go into. We'll get into that later. We're still trying to figure out if Flat Earth F Word, the guy who keeps getting arrested for violating quarantine and other things, who had his yoga studio shut down, we're trying to figure out if he's a crisis yogi or if he really does yoga. Because I just think it's conspicuously absent, any evidence of it. If I did yoga, you would see images, maybe some kind of picture of me doing some kind of posture. But there's no picture of this guy in existence, even sitting cross-legged. He's always just road raging and vaping. So we're looking for evidence that Flat Earth Effer is indeed a yoga instructor. Okay, I have a short clip here. This says why you should not watch TV. Kate Perry on the Ellen DeGeneres show, Your New Normal. Just a short clip of an audience full of people wearing masks, just completely oblivious to the hypocrisy. But I mean, we're all used to this by now. I mean, think about this. You got crisis peddler Greta at a private concert for herself where she rickrolls everybody, killing the rickroll for all time. But there was no social distancing, no concern for COVID. How does that help? Anyway, this is a short clip. Something about watching people in slow motion applauding, all wearing masks, completely oblivious to any of this. Because of science. Here's the thing. These are the enforcers of the new normal. And they believe in the science of lockdowns. But the only reason why they're there worshiping that particular idol there is because there's not a mandate telling them to stay home. So it's like, wait, you believe the science, but you won't do it unless there's government force involved, unless there's a mandate? If they truly believed it, they would be at home in their bunkers. They would be locking down for climate change all the time. But they don't. And I find that very hypocritical. Because if you believe the science of climate change, or rather of COVID, you believe the science of climate change. They're actually part of the same thing. It comes from the same group of ideologues dressed up like scientists. So again, if you trust the science and you're not at home, you are a hypocrite. When you walk around the world, you see the conformists with this thing. Yeah, you're looking at a bunch of hypocrites who shouldn't even leave their homes. Okay, I'm going to play a short clip. I brought up earlier the JFK thing and how they may be under the spell of a doomsday cult restylized. A restylized version of the Cult Universal Triumphant. The Cult Universal Triumphant is a church based on the teachings of Elizabeth Clare Prophet. That is her name. And you can see they have a shrine. On the left you have Christ, white Jesus, kind of the teacher Christ. Then you have Saint Germain, some immortal. And then you have an obelisk they pray to. And on top of it is the Archangel Michael. And I'm going to play this. But my point is this. The QAnoners have adopted these chants and these prayers, these decrees they're called, without even knowing it. And I find that noteworthy, that we have the QAnoners waiting for the resurrection of some dead president to save them today, gathered in Dallas, and they're all involved in this without even being aware of it. So I'm going to play 10 seconds of the cult universal triumphant, now Trump.
And the casting out of that dweller on the threshold in the earth, in the four lower bodies of the earth, of all forces of anti-love, anti-Elohim, anti-archangels, anti-Choans of the rays, anti-Buddha, anti-Christ, anti-family, anti-community.
All right, interesting lyrics. Now, just to give you some context, General Flynn, who's the military mind of QAnon, they believe he's the guy leading the fight against the deep state. He's always winking at them through codes and specifically timed tweets. So if you look up General Flynn and Church Universal Triumphant, a number of people have finally picked up on this. Michael Flynn has had to come out and say, quote, "I'm not a Satanist." So this is the cut is a New Age religious organization, is founded in the 70s. So Michael Flynn, to his believers, "I'm not a Satanist." He had to say this in an interview. He says, on Tuesday, he appeared on Truth Unveiled TV to rebut the idea that he led a congregation in a satanic ritual borrowed from a nuclear doomsday cult. Well, it wasn't satanic. They were worshiping the Archangel Michael and ascended masters like Saint Germain. But it certainly is a nuclear doomsday cult. So here we have, in this bizarre YouTube video, Flynn had to convince his once fans that he's not a Satanist. We have here, his troubles started in September when he led a congregation in Nebraska, and his prayer included invocations to the legions of the sevenfold rays. These phrases struck some of his followers as strange. Flynn added, "We are your instrument of the sevenfold rays, and all your archangels, all of them, we will be the instrument of your will, whatever it is, in your name, in the name of legions. We are freeborn, we will not be enslaved by any foe." Now that's practically verbatim, and you can search it, right out of the sevenfold ray chant incantation from the Church Universal Triumphant Nuclear Doomsday Cult. That's why there is no way that this thing is going away anytime soon. That's the caliber of cultism that we're looking at here. St. Joe says, "That's wild, great research." Yes, that's what we do here. We do bring research from the very fringe of the fringe. You know, people say that, you know, they hear the term flat earth and they think, like this Netflix TV show depicted, they think it's a bunch of basement dwelling miscreants who have no clue about reality. But, you know, for me, even the phrase, it's always just a starting point for a conversation that begins at the edge of the known world, which is the end of acceptable discourse, where you can't talk about this because it's borderline content. It's to the point where our media is treated as almost sacred, like sacred writ. You can't question the news because you're a conspiracy theorist. You can't question older news because then you're a hater or revisionist. And it all comes down to you can't question the elite. Anyway, nothing is an accident. I see these cult connections with QAnon, and I brought this up earlier. There are suggestions that this entire narrative of returning divine kings is written into some major league psyop, and they've got some military general employing epic mind control powers on people. General Flynn with his sevenfold rays, and he's always talking about how, you know, he's got the birthday of Jesus, Christmas, and his name is Michael, like the archangel. He references that. So for all we know, he may believe he is the archangel Michael, which makes me wonder. I mean, there might be something to it. I'm going to have to look into the iconography here. So you see the image of the archangel. Is it Michael that has the spear? Who's the angel that carries the spear? The lance of Michael that he uses to kill Lucifer in the apocalypse. Okay, this makes perfect sense. So the lance of Michael, and you've probably seen this image. I have this on a pendant. It's the angel Michael stabbing usually it's the devil or a serpent. So the interesting thing here is this. The QAnon shaman had a spear, and they made a very big point to show this guy with a spear. And then in August, we had a QAnon influenced madman, kind of on the anniversary of the Charles Manson killings, spearing his children to death because they had serpent DNA, the devil's blood. So you have this theme of the spear and QAnon holding the spear. Kind of an interesting, and it's not a spurious connection, because then you have the ADL came out and they said that the symbol of the spear going into the serpent, and they said that this is actually being adopted by QAnon as a hate symbol. And that's because they're saying that this is all about driving immigrants out or non-pure. It's just, again, it's another one of these reoccurring symbols, the spear. So to find that it also belongs to the Archangel Michael, I think is significant considering Flynn and his role. So we'll look into that. We've been noting a lot of the interesting bits of symbolism in this unfolding drama. Let me head on over to my blog really quick. Even though we've been offline for technical reasons, I have been busily keeping up with everything. And I put a lot of my notes on the blog if they're raw and I don't have time to edit them. So if you subscribe there or you follow it, you can usually get information before I've had time to fully examine all these different connections. All right, just a moment here. I have to do a little bit of live hacking. Seems like every time I turn around, it's another code, another security check. So here we go. Just give me a moment. Appreciate your patience. All right, we'll just get back to that later. This is a new computer. We just set it up. Everything is starting from scratch here. All right, I'm going through some comments here. Anagram's Free Speech Network says Christmas is not Yeshua's birthday. Yeah, that's a point here that I hear often, that the solar myth and the personified sun in this Christ figure is not really the God that many of these self-styled Christians worship, and they call him, or they refer to Jesus by different names. I usually hear Yeshua, Yahuwah. Then there's these two Canadians who claim that they're the two witnesses from Revelation. That would be Ronnie and Johnny Laffenberg out there. And they said that it's pronounced Yawahashi, which for a long time I saw the hashtag Team Yawahashi, and I'm like, is that a motorcycle gang? ATVs, four-wheelers? Like, I couldn't figure out, what those two guys were about. But anyway, people all have their different ways. But I'm not even, when I'm looking at this stuff, I'm looking at the iconography they present, the symbolism they present, their mythology, or whatever you want to call it. And the idea that the QAnoners are involved with worshiping channeled angels, ascended masters, or the idea that they're involved in any of this like weird Kabbalistic computations of numbers and tweets and thinking that Trump is working for Jesus. I mean, that's where they're at. That Trump is quite literally working for the bloodline of Christ, aka the Kennedys. It's so convoluted, which is again why the title of this live stream I think reflects that. Kool-Aid, spelled with a Q. Kool-Aid overdose, dead Kennedys, Revolution 9, JFK, Manson, and the end of the world. Again, today QAnoners gathered at the death scene of JFK. They think JFK Jr. has been undercover for 22 years to help his dad fight the deep state. All right, one more point I want to bring up before we go. If you're not a conspiracy theorist by definition, according to the media, if they don't consider you to be a conspiracy theorist, then you're a naive and programmed bot of the MSM. So we have another Jussie Smollett level psyop. committed by the Lincoln Project. So they dressed up as a bunch of racists and they posed with their opposition, and they were easily exposed. So when we talk about fake school shootings, fake viruses, fake climate change, it's all being pushed by the people who presented this as real. And they reacted to this stunt as real until it was exposed. So if it hadn't been exposed, it would still be real. So the people who trust the news are being led like by the Pied Piper. They don't have any autonomy of thought. That's what I mean by program bot. I don't mean it in a pejorative sense. It's just a fact. Here's another fact. The Pentagon, construction started for the Pentagon on September the 11th, 1941. Just another example here of little hints, little bits of foreshadowing. All right, we covered a lot of stuff today, and there's so much more to go over. I want to get this 24/7 live stream and video chat started again. Yep, definitely hours and hours to go through, but I also want to take calls. And so we're going to take calls tomorrow once I get the phones back on. We'll go over the new Kenosha footage, drone footage. FBI had that all along. By the way, I was thinking about Kyle today in the story, and I was out on a hike, and I saw this cloud, and I don't know if you see this, but I see an AR-15 in the sky right there. All right, everyone, this has been fun. We will resume shortly. Get on the newsletter because I'm going to be sending out some important information about the future developments and our schedule, future guests, and everything that's going to be put into play here in the coming days. We're getting back to normal, but we're actually going to be, it's going to be built back better. This is Chief Crow on the Flat Earth Worms airship.
Power.